go. Oh. Okay. I don't even like. Guess I'll just tweet my title. Just chatting about video games. Kart later. Then for the tweeter, I'll do a more officialer titler. Objectively ranking game. Oh wow, the chat room is fucking tiny on this layout. What the hell? Oh, that's why. Objectively ranking games. Okay, what's a chat room that's not fucking tiny? Okay, I think the PPS. What do we got here? It's a chat room for ants? I think this one's good. Yeah, this one's good. 80s nuts. I didn't do any of the like, we're gonna do all adding the games on stream. I was just gonna use the Google Doc, but it's really ugly and this website looks pretty, so we'll just use backlog instead. So we're gonna add all the games and then we'll talk about them. So hello everyone. We're gonna listen to SMT5 Battle Shiva. Let's make my window a bit bigger so it fits. Yeah, that works. What? How did that happen? Hold on. Stupid ass. Why is it going that way? What? Tier list, tier list, tier list. Oh, no, I was watching, Pyken do something similar, and I've made me kind of want to try it. Actually objectively ranking video games. Okay, but I need to get all the video games on the list. So we're gonna do that. Morning. What's up, Atrix? Raffi, Eldritch Dildos, Tiku, I don't know, I didn't say hi to. I think I played both these this year. Why is there 2 entries? Oh, I see. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess I'll use the fan translation. God help me. Mom 2 was 2018? Really? I thought it was a bit older than that. I thought it was 2016 or something. I just spurted my fucking like spicy water everywhere. Clean that up. I don't know what we're gonna do for music, by the way. I just threw Shiva Extended on until I get bored of it. I need to play Metroid Prime 2. Like, as in the second. Should add that to my backlog. Let me do that right now, actually. Metroid Prime 2. Boggers, Bogchamp. Mori. Nice game. Persona 3 for tablets. Scooby-Doo-Doo. Boo-doo-boo-boo. Scooby-Doo-Doo. Nocturne Remaster. Let's play the original. Cave Story. I need to finish this game. I have to do best ending still. I might just do that next with Doki Doki Literature Club. We like Doki Doki Literature Club around here. Cave Story Sex RPG 2007. I'll tell you right now, Nocturne HD is not the #1 game this year. Nocturne HD kind of fucking sucks. In as a remaster, because it is not even close to a remaster. Earthbound. I can't put Hollow Knight. I didn't actually. I only played like a couple hours. Subscription. I spelled that incorrectly. No, I didn't. So it's a better game. Gianni Game of the Year. Cave Story Sex RPG 2007.
Presento for you.
TFW adding voice acting isn't good enough.
Best gameplay, CBT with Yuka Kazami. Oh, you guys can't see this. How do I put this on stream? I've streamed before. Maybe. It's debatable. I'm not so good with streaming Firefox. Thank you for the presento, by the way. Cave Story Sex RPG 2007 guest gameplay, CBT with Yuka Kazami. Getting help with Patchouli knowledge. There's DLC for this game? Damn. Best narrative, Booby Hentai. Best art direction, Megacraft Hentai Edition. Soundtrack, Wow 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 Corona Box. Best multiplayer, Among Us Arena. Thank you for this. Someone banned Gianni for 69 hours. Don't actually do that. Katamari reroll. And we love Katamari. I didn't do that properly. Played. If I... Hold on, I need to make sure I got all my games. I guess we can do that at the end. Yeah, because it's going to go that... Okay, never mind. We can just do it at the end. Kind of. Well, let's wait till the end of this tier, and then I'll do that. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, sure. 999. 9 hours, 9 doors. Oh, this isn't the DS version. What is it called on, like, Nonary Games? Yeah, we'll just do that. Because I do think there is a difference between the DS version, even though I haven't played VLR yet. It's fine. Kart 9. Paper Mario. Paper Mario's a... This game's good. I can get all these in. Can you believe out of these 3 games, I actually like the 1,000 Year Door the least? Like, just 100%. I think 1,000 Year Door loses so much on replay, and there's already a lot of issues with that game. Literally everyone in our sphere. I mean, I guess that's true. Alright, actual game of the year. This behemoth. I need to finish this game still. I need to finish all the stories. Sayonara Wild Hearts. That's not how you do this. Okay, let me make sure I have all the games on here so far. Ghost Trick, Hades, S55, Ace Attorneys, Lommel, Trick Prime, Amori, Persona, Sun, Nocturne, Cave Story, Celeste, Doki Doki, Earthbound, not Hollow Knight, Inscription, Katamari's, Mario Kart 8, 999, Paper Mario, Saga Scarlet. Okay, we're good so far. For Sunshine, I'll get to it eventually. Right now I'm just going down my Google Docs so I can just get all the games on there. Okay, let's get a new song down. Oh, TDYD's still a really fun game. I think that game has the biggest issues of those 3 games. And they're like really bad on replay. Mothman. Windows 11 has this thing where it keeps, like, I don't know, maybe Windows 10 had this, but like, it keeps an extra window of 2 windows put together in the taskbar, and it like keeps fucking me up. I hope that made sense. Ape Escape. Fire Emblem 6. Fire... I don't remember what it's called. It's like... Is it the Blazing Blade? No. Binding Blade. Fire Emblem 8. I don't remember what that one's called. Sacred Stones, yeah. Loop Hero. That's a video game. The video game's the video game right here. Alita. Actually, I want to play this game again soonish. Partially because on my new computer, but also there's probably been a billion updates and there's probably some new cool stuff to explore. Shots. I need to finish this game too. I never did best ending. I didn't like it enough to do best ending though. It's either do the whole game again. Ultramoon. What's up, Jersey? The Binding of Roy. Rabby Ribby. Now that's a good video game. Rido. I did Soulless Army. Man, this game's so tight, but fucking encounter rate, dude. It's TRS. Good question. That's special. I booted up this game, started a new game file, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna knock Interrupted by Animal Crossing this year, and then I got to literally the same exact point I got to last time and just stopped playing. This one's gonna be hard to find. I played all the other toes, but I'm not gonna bother ranking them. They're all the same. Slay the Spire! Sonic Adventure 2. Battle, sure. Sonic Colors. I wish this game was better. This game's really good, but like, meh. Like, there's so many good levels, and then there's just like this shitty gimmick part. I'd like, why is this here? I don't want this. I did play Advance Wars Dual Strike this year for a little bit. It's a pretty cool game. Spirit of Justice. That's a video game right there. American Truck Simulator. Now that is a video game. Finding Isaac. It's like, I don't know. I'll just do Rebirth. Or no, Repentance is this version, this year's version. I'll just do that. That's fine. I did technically play Rebirth or Afterbirth Plus before that. They're the same rank, I don't care. I'm very excited to rank this game, Defense 6, because I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a bad game. Is it TD6? Yes. Like, there's not a lot wrong with Bloons Tower Defense 6, if I'm going to be real with you. It's just a good game. Crosscode. Dude, I wish this game was better. This is on the board for biggest disappointment. I'm excited to rank this one. Islanders. Sure, that's a video game I played. Oracle Seasons. That's a good game. Sonic the Hedgehog. 2006. That's a really good video game, actually. I love that game. I actually don't have the Halos on here. I guess I can add those. Not gonna add random MapleStory private server. Or actually, let's just, well, I guess I played the remaster. I'll just do, no, I need to separate these, because this game's much better than the first one, by a fucking landslide. In my opinion, they're probably about the same, objectively. I also did play the PS2 version, which is important. Look, what the fuck is, are y'all insane? What is this garbage? Have you guys played a video game? Anyways, all these nostalgia games I'm going to be high ranking. Love those. This might be the worst game I played this year. Like, this is, or this might be the worst game I played this year that I enjoyed a lot. Let me phrase it that way. Like, Final Fantasy X was easily the worst game I played this year. 100%. Everhood. Also, large disappointment. Very sad about that one. Both Ages... Game of the year, right here, by the way. Not Undertale. PC port? What? What is this? 2020. Okay. Spyro Into the Dragonfly is just a shitty video game, but sure, I'll rank it. Let me do all the Halos where I forget. Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo... This game came out in 2010? Oh my god. Fuck off, dude. I'm not gonna rank multiplayer, that's pretty fruitless. I did play a lot of video games this year. We're not even done yet. There's not too many left, though. This game fucking sucks. I played it for a long time last night, though. I was having fun. Until it wasn't. Okay, I did play Cruelty Squad for like 2 hours. I will create a log, but it's not gonna be... I'm gonna like just have it there. I'm not gonna rank it, though, because I only played a couple hours of it. I did play this game. It was pretty embarrassing, honestly, but I did play it. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue? I played that? I did play it. I played it for an hour, and I was like, no, I'll just play the other game that everyone else likes instead. This game's pretty alright. Reddit game. Okay, actually, if I just type in Melee, does that work? Okay. Actually, game of the year, every year. This game sucks. Final Fantasy 5. Why are these first? Fuck off. Okay, I think that's it. I probably forgot a few games. That's fine. Sunshine! I think that's everything. Anything I forgot's just not on this list, which is fine. Okay, new song. Alright, we got a lot of stuff to sift through. I'm only getting SMT5 recommendations off YouTube. Oh, I know what we can do. 1,000 Year Door OST Train? I think it's this one? No, this is the good version when I like this one more. Yes. Did I play FFT? I think that was last year. Let me double check. That was last year, yeah. I liked Final Fantasy, Tactics, I just never finished it. I don't even know how the story ends. Apparently the story's really good, but I was just like really bored because the maps just took fucking forever and I didn't have to change anything I was doing at all. It was just cast fire on my knight with the fire shield and have him run in. That would kill everything every time. And it was boring. Okay, where are we? I'm just gonna go randomly. I don't want to like go the other order. I think it wouldn't make sense. Ugh. Well, where do we start? I think I'll start with Sonic 06. Alright. These people do not understand what a good video game is. No, this is all gonna be me just doing this manually. It's gonna suck. It's a horrible game, however, it is very funny. This really says a lot about society. Well, if you watch, so the problem with Sonic 06 is people watch an influencer play Sonic 06 and they're like, wow, this game is so bad. Oh, I hate it. I'm making so much content and I'm really hating this game right now. So then people are like, wow, I hate Sonic 06 too, and I'm gonna play it. Wow, this game is really bad. I'm gonna give this game a somewhere in this range. I don't think it's 3.5. I think that's funny. It's 3 stars is like, this was a video game and I had fun playing it. Like, that's what 3 stars is. And that's probably about what Sonic the Hedgehog is. Listen, Bass, that was comedic genius. I think this is a 3-star game. I think I'm okay with that. So how do I can I played? I guess I should put everything on playing, actually. Well, I'm gonna have to redo everything, but... Oh, interesting. We'll just have to remember what we've ranked and we haven't, that's fine. I can't believe people haven't realized the angry video game nerd is a fucking parody. Alright, Sonic the Hedgehog, I give 3 stars. That game is it's genuinely fun. Really, the only story that sucks is Silver Story. Sonic Story's good, except for the final boss, and Shadow Story is unironically very fun. The cutscenes are ridiculous. I don't know. I think this game's just fun. The glitches are non-intrusive. You can kind of just fuck around and dumb shit's just gonna happen and it's fun. I enjoyed that video game. Just gonna close my eyes and pick one at random. Halo 2. Okay, we'll just do all the Halos. Extremely aged and very balls game overall, but I appreciate its historical value. That is basically how I feel Lyrical Fear. I don't know, Gianni. I literally think it's just all influencer stuff. Because the same people that are glitches are bad are probably when they were younger, they played a game and they found a glitch and them and their brother or their sister or whoever dicked around with it and had fun. I'm sure everyone in the chat room has at least a couple memories like that playing a video game when they were younger. They found some weird goofy thing that's clearly not intended and they dicked around with it. Okay. It's really hard for me to rate this game because I never really played it when I was younger. I only played the game when I was older, so and I had played other Halo games first, so it's hard for me to quote-unquote fairly rank those. I'm gonna turn this down a bit. I don't need this one. I have a hard time giving it more than 3. Like, if I gave it 3.5, it would be because of historical value, which was like, I think that's fair, but like, it's sitting about right here. This game's got tons of issues, aged like fucking milk, but it's still fun. Like, it's still fun to just play campaign with your friends, and the multiplayer's still probably fun too. Like, the only reason I would give this a high rank is historical value, which I think is, like, fair. Like, Halo, the only reason Xbox exists is because of Halo, and I'm not even kidding. So let's think about it this way. If I was gonna rank Call of Duty 4, which is also a, like, genre-defining game that, like, basically brought quote-unquote more realistic shooters to console, I would probably give that game a 4 out of just, like, respect. But the game's also probably still fun to play, if not a little outdated with its political stuff. Hey, remember all those war crimes the US did? Let's pretend another country did it and make a story about it. Maybe I will just give this a 4. Just like, no, I'm gonna give it 3.5. Realistically, like a 3, but I'll bump it up a bit just for like historical value. I'm not gonna care about it that much. But like, can I just click the star? I think that just saves it. I think this is a very fair rating for this game. The first half of this game is, like, the first half of this campaign is very fun, and then the last half is you literally just backtrack. Like, it's fun up until the library, and then after that, you're literally just going backwards. And it's like, well... Anyways, that's what Halo 3 does, too, but Halo 3 is dope, so... Okay, Halo 2... probably sitting in the same range. I think the main thing is Halo 2 does everything Halo 1 does, but a little bit better. But I don't know if it's enough to give it on 4. I don't think it's enough to give it a 4, but I think 3.5 is fine. In this game, you play as the master chef who cooks up new ways to kill the aliens and blow shit up. 5 out of 5 stars. Yeah, check out this dude is like, I don't give a fuck, it's my favorite Halo game, 5 stars. The Arbiter is playable in this game. Now that is a good review right there. Okay. Halo 3. Great King Benjamin. It's pretty good. Nice Cortana booty, as censored by Halo 3. I like this game more than Halo 1 and Halo 2. It's also my first Halo game, so I'm biased. I think this game does enough cool stuff, especially with Forge and Theater and custom games, to like bump it up a little bit. But I really don't know if 4 stars is still justifiable. I really don't know. It probably is. I honestly think the make or break point between 3.5 and 4 stars for me, just like playing the game today, is that you can do 4-player co-op. Like, that might be enough for me to go like, yeah, it was 4 stars, sure. The main thing about Halo 3 is it is one big Halo 1 reference in that you go somewhere and then you go backwards. Every level. And I'm not even kidding. But it's way more subtle in that game. I think I'm willing to give this a 4 star just because Forge and custom games, like, completely made this game, or, like, defined Halo for it. Dark Souls 33? Damn. I'm gonna put it on 4 stars for now. We will likely go back and just bump everything down half a star when we get to more games, but for now, we'll leave it at 4. I'm gonna, one day, dude, I'm gonna fucking remember. Let's just do this alphabetical. Maybe that'll be a bit easier. Oh, sorry, I gotta do Halo Reach. Oh, Halo. We'll do Halo 3 ODST. This is like a 2.5. This game is not very good. The writing is like fucking absolutely cringy, and it's still fun. It's still Halo, but there's like almost no reason to play it over the other games. A working queue. Boring Halo 3 with cliche plot. Thank you, Spike. Walking simulator before it was cool. Music sets a great vibe for an Utique Hilo. I just had a stroke. Music sets a great vibe for an unique. I know this is how you're supposed to say it. It's just the reason this sentence is blowing up my brain. Wait, never mind, you're right. I'm gonna put this at 3 stars, and then when I inevitably bump all the Halos down half a star, I'll put it back to 2.5. That's fine for now. Alright. Super Mario Sunshine. So I think Super Mario Sunshine is like easily objectively worse than SM64. Like easily objectively worse than SM64. But this game is so much more fun to play. I give it 240 blue coins. Actually, sorry, 239 out of 240, and who knows where the last one is. That's the thing. Objectivity is really weird for video games because, like, if I'm having fun playing it, then, like, how much does objectivity matter? Oh, I know, Gianni. That's the best part, and that's going to be the most excruciating part. Like I said, like, all those Halos I just highly ranked, I'm going to be like, get this shit, scoot that shit away. I don't need that. My enjoyment of Super Mario Sunshine is also far greater because I race it with friends. Like, I would never pick up this game and play it by myself. Never. I do want to practice blue coins someday, but that's it. Next weekend? I think my cousin's coming over next weekend, but I'm sure I'll have a day where I can just play Super Mario Sunshine. I'm gonna give this 3 stars for now. We might move it up or down later, but I think 3 stars is totally fine. This game's got a ton of issues, but it's still fun to play. So that's a 3-star game. I should have made all these playing, and then... Yeah, that would have been way smarter. Well, whatever. Yeah, that would have been way smarter. I don't want to go back and do all that, though. That won't take that long, actually. However... Yes. We can do... Not average rating. No. User rating. We can go from there. Ugh, I do not like these being this high. I really don't. we'll just hang around on this screen for now. Maybe. All games sorted by rating. Disco Elysium, Bloodborne, Mother 3, Metal Gear Solid 3. I can't believe Bloodborne's that high. Bloodborne kind of fucking sucks. Umineko that high, damn. Bloodborne does not suck, by the way. I played that game for like 3 hours and didn't like it. That's because I literally did not know the mechanics of the game. Just by the way. Just so we're clear. I don't have an opinion on that game because I haven't played it, actually. We're not gonna look at that list. We can talk about that list another time. Okay. This one. Pokemon Sun. First of all, it's a Pokemon game. Pokemon games have easy 5, yes. Pokemon games are not that interesting. They're still really fun, and they're very cool, and they're like, you know, culturally defining. And I think Pokemon Sun is a cut above most of the entries. I don't think that actually means much. This game has a I really like this game, but like giving it more like 4 stars or more, just I don't think that's uncalled for. But the thing is, if I give this game a 3.5, actually hold on. We're gonna give this 3.5 right now. So the problem is I already graded these fucking halos too high. I'm bumping these all down, dude. No. These are all getting bumped down. These are tainting my ratings right now already. Please. This fucking website doesn't function. Why does it not keep the filter? Do you have to like click this? No. Whatever. I'm already heated. Good. This is literally just to make the stream ads for interactivity. That's the only reason this exists. Random.org. This is like that one Danganronpa character tier list that was like specifically catered to piss everyone off. That was funny. Alright, this is a 3 stars. This is 2.5. I'll leave it. Nah. Yeah, we'll keep it 3 stars with the music. I don't really care. Alright. I like this. Oh yeah, I think the Pokemon is just this weird thing where like everyone knows it's like been literally the same fucking shit for 20 plus years, but it's still fun. And they like break it up occasionally, but like the main game is always the same damn thing and it's always fun. Star, half-star system. I think it's fine. If I'm objectively ranking something, I like 5 stars. I think 10 is too weird and too tainted by video game reviews. Or out of 10, I mean. Like, if I say something's a 6 out of 10, that sounds like it's a bad video game, when it's not. When I say something's a 3 out of 5, that sounds like a pretty good video game, even though it's basically the same rank as a 6 out of 10. Alright, close my eyes. Mario Kart 8. This is a solid 4-star game. The only thing wrong with this game is items get really fucky if someone gets ahead. That is literally the only thing wrong with this game. Also Nintendo lobbies, but that's not the game's fault. That's an easy 4-star. I think 4.5 is a little too high. Like I said, the items getting fucky-wucky is actually like really annoying and noticeable. It doesn't happen a lot, but doing air quotes, sure. Yes, that too, Gianni. just a 4? 4 is a high score. Just a 4 is, you need to get that phrase out of your brain. Just a 4 is a horrible mindset to have when you're ranking stuff on a 5-star system. The threshold to break 3 stars to 4 is like really hard to do. Like just a 4-star is a bad sentence. I'm not saying that specifically to own you, I'm just saying as a general thing for the rest of the stream. Exactly, Gianni. Okay, I just need to like I just need to make a new tab. This shit's really annoying. Close my eyes, this one. No, we did. This one's hard. We'll talk about like 4, 4.5, and 5 when we actually start getting into those games. So my gut right now is 3.5, and I'm trying to think of reasons to give it a 4. And I don't think there's enough. This game is very cool, does a lot of cool stuff. But I don't think it's a 4. This game is very creative. It takes a very basic concept and they just throw a bunch of shit at you. You gotta figure it out. There's no progression kept between runs. The only thing you keep is knowledge, which goes a really long way in this game. Oh, I'm gonna do 3.5 right now. Let's make a like a notepad with like how I consider the ratings and throw it on the side. Are you getting tired of this song yet? Why? Hold on. I don't know why this isn't capturing. That's why it's not capturing. I'm very smart and handsome and intelligent. It's very ugly looking, just a nice white box. I don't have Notepad Plus on here. Okay. Oh, it's really small too. Well, we can like make this bold. I don't have like a program on here. 1 star, dog water. 2 star, wasted potential is how I would describe 2 star. I'm having fun. It's a video game. 4 star, good shit. 5 star, must play. So we're gonna come up with games that... Thank you. These are just like baseline, like when I'm ranking something. Then when we get more nuance, I'll start adding like games that are like, this is a definitive 3 star. This is a definitive 4 star. Stuff like that. That will help me compare when we get to the end. I need to like start adjusting based on other games' rankings. We'll do 3.5 star. 3.5 It's a good... Well, no, but not. Just above average, I think is fine. Above average. Almost Kino. That's how I would describe that. quantifying the scale. This is just like as a overall. Well, we will adjust things, and I'll like, it's gonna be more like, that's gonna be more for like, here's a 3-star game, here's a 3.5-star game, stuff like that. Okay, sorry. I don't think there's enough in this game to get it a 4-star. I think the main reason is that it's a very frustrating game, and like that's part of the appeal of it. But like, I think most people that play this game are just not going to enjoy themselves. Like they're gonna like kind of get far and they'll like kind of figure it out, and then they're just like gonna like, it's just like it's just gonna fizzle out. There's only so much you can like enjoy. The main thing is like you just like if you make one fuck up, you die in this game, 100%. Yeah, we'll when we get to the higher rank stuff, we'll differentiate a bit more. But I don't think I can give this game more than a 3.5. It's definitely above average. It's definitely above 3. I don't think it's quite a 4. So by default. What are we looking so far? Yeah, I agree with this so far. This one. Katamari's. Okay, well, these are easy. These are very easy. 5-star. That's it. This is video game, the video game. And it's just fun. And the presentation is crazy. Good. And it's experimental while also being successful. That's just a good game. There is no reason not to play this game. There's literally no reason to not play Katamari. Especially because apparently Reroll, like, fixed the controls. Apparently, like, PS2 had, like, iffy controls, but, like, there is literally no reason not to play this game. It is the perfect must-play. It's a very short game, or it's like 10 hours, like, maybe. And then, like, there's some extra content you can do to, like, perfect your game. It's, like, really good length. You're gonna have fun the whole time. It's very silly. It's goofy. Then there's, like... there's, like, stuff to think about it without being, like, weirdly nuanced or anything. It's just fun. That's an easy 5-star game. Now, here's the tough one. Oops. A disguised walking sim. That is an excellent way to put that. Here, we will... Every game? True. So this is the first game, but better. So you might be thinking, why would I give it 4.5? I'm just kidding. It's a 5. But you may be thinking. I haven't played PS2, so I can't comment on that, but we reached the end of the 30 minutes. What else we got? Sure, listen to the good version instead. So this game is literally the first game, but a little bit better. That's it. So it's just another 5-star. A couple of people when I was playing it said the controls are a bit different, but like I don't think there's a difference. I would just play the version that's more accessible to you. If you want to play an original PS2, then go for it. Otherwise, just play and reroll because it's easier for you to pirate the PS2 version, I guess. Anyways, this game's just better than the first one. But like, there's no reason to play this game over the first game. Like, you should play Katamari Damacy Reroll and then be like, wow, this game's really cool. I want to play more. I'm going to play Wheel of Katamari. That's it. That's all to say about this game. Eventually this page is going to get full. Let's do something on the second page. Bagoosh. Final Fantasy X. Okay, yeah, I'm down. I am absolutely down. The fucking shit on this video game. Alright. So we're talking 2001 PS2 JRPG with voice acting and like new like 3D models and stuff that don't look like Final Fantasy VIII models that people meme about. This game isn't terrible. If we're talking about playing an aged RPG on the PS2 with a worse than mediocre story and awful characters with no chemistry or personality that you have to suffer 40 hours of the game with, it's a different story. If you're like 8 years old playing this game, like, it's gonna be fucking dope. If you're me playing it in 2021, you're gonna fucking hate this dog water game. That being said, I think a lot of the mechanical stuff in this game is really cool. I think the sphere grid system is like deceptively really interesting. Like, if you're just playing the game, you're like, okay, well, there's this intended path and I'll just take it, sure. But like, if you're trying to do like challenge runs or whatever on replay, there's like more interesting things you can do with sphere. The remake has like a better sphere system, but I'm not gonna worry about that because I played the original. Albed synthesizer. I straight up think the worst thing this game does is just have the most dog water boring ass characters that you just have to, and you have to listen to them talk for 40 hours. There is no chemistry between any of them. None of them have any personality except for like Auron. The most interesting characters in the game are when Auron talks about him and his other two dudes. I don't remember their names. Jet and the other guy. It starts with a B, I don't remember. Like, when you get those little cutscenes to them, they have more character and personality than literally... they have more personality than the entire cast through the whole game, and they're like 2.5 minute combined cutscenes. Titus is a fucking baby dork who... He's like okay by the end. But like, he's still dog water. I'm bad at Blitzball. He lost every match. I didn't play Blitzball, by the way. I said I was going to play that this year. Guess we didn't do that. Being teenagers. I think they could at least be interesting. I think that's the problem. They're just not interesting. Waka's just this fucking weird racist dude, and everyone's just like, yeah, he exists, don't worry about him, happy fireworks or whatever. Lulu's just like, well, I guess I'll settle down with him because we went through trauma together of enduring Titus. Blitzball after party, or I'm leaving. Anyways. Mechanically, this game's pretty cool. I think this game has some pretty fun bosses. I think everything else is so, like, mediocre, whatever nonsense that it just, like, drags it down so bad. I'm gonna give it a hot 2. Bad game. Did not enjoy playing this video game. Gives it 2 stars. This goes against your system. Alright. Slacker's a 1. I really doubt that. Quantification was your downfall. Oh, I know. That's the whole reason this is there, so you can make fun of me. And it's working. The stream is going exactly. Give it a 1, I can take it. I'm not going to give this game a 1 star. A 1 star has to be truly irredeemable. I'm acknowledging this game was probably pretty cool in 2001. That is what the 2 stars are for. I think it is a terrible game nowadays. I'm keeping that there. I'm not gonna get bullied by the chat room. We might change it. Maybe I'll get some other 2 stars and realize they're better than Final Fantasy X. We'll see. But for now. Let's do some more pen page 2. Battlefield 2042, sure. This game doesn't really function and is really bad and is clearly just a cash grab. I'll give it a 1 star. It's still like fun, but it's just so clearly just terrible and half-assed and just a cash grab and was clearly crunched through COVID. This game's dog water. It's still fun, and I'm still gonna play it, and I'm probably gonna dump 200 hours into it, but... Can I have star? Oh, I can. Well, it's still fun enough to give me a 1 star, but no, it's... The future mode, like the actual game mode, like I mostly just played yesterday I was just playing the older maps, and I played like the actual game, and there's like really weird, cringy characters, all these weird abilities. One star? No, that's half star. Half star is absolute dog water. 1 star is just like... meh. I can't give this game more than a 1 star just because of the, like... I'm not gonna say culture, but culture around it. Culture's not a good word, because that would, like, include fandoms of games, which I don't want to include. But, like, this game is just so... clearly shitty cash grab, charge you $100 to get all the content garbage. But it's still fun. Let's do one of these. SMT3 HD. Okay. Oops. So this is a rank as an HD remaster. It is a terrible HD remaster. It is fucking lazy. It is so goddamn lazy. The game looks great for the most part, but it is really lazy. They literally just have like shitty 4:3 cutscenes in the game. However, they added change difficulty mid-run so you can turn off hard mode prices, which is huge, because hard mode prices are so stupid. Literally everyone, all the Nocturne tubers in the world, everyone who's got a fetish for this game like me, agrees hard mode prices are stupid as hell. There's not a single person in the world that thinks they're justified. Anyone who on GameFAQs posted fucking brainwashed themselves into thinking it is. Can't take some water. But more importantly, Chosen Inheritance. Like, if you know how to break the game, if you know how to play SMT really well, then, like, Chosen Inheritance breaks this game pretty easily, but, like, most people who play it are just gonna be like, oh, I don't know, I just want these spells, sure. So I will give it a 3 star. I'll give it 2.5, actually. Just specifically as a remaster. Terrible remaster, but it has some nice quality of life changes. Well, the good thing about Nocturne is XP means so little after, like, level 20. Yes, this HD remaster is worse than the Halo remasters. You are correct. Alright, where's normal Nocturne? I don't know where it is. Here it is. Normal Nocturne. Yeah, it's 5 stars. You already knew that. It's 5 stars. Oh, this is wrong. Actually, is that gonna save? It is. I think Nocturne is not without issues, but I still think it is a very, very good game if you like JRPGs. The thing about Nocturne, though, is it convinced me that JRPGs are good. Why does HD suck? I rated HD exclusively as a remaster, and it is a very bad remaster. That's why. That's all. It's a very lazy remaster. All they did is improve the graphics. They didn't even, like, remake cutscenes. Stuff like that. The lore isn't even that high. Like, I would literally give it, like, a half star, but the quality of life changes are really good. But it's a terrible remaster. Anyways. Normal Nocturne, it's got issues. I'd, like, 100% acknowledge that. But I think it's a really good game. It made me like JRPGs. I used to hate JRPGs. But Nocturne was, like, so creative and interesting. And, like, there were so many problems you had to solve with the system. Or, I'm sorry, there were so many problems introduced and they gave you systems to solve them. It was very, very cool. Yeah, the shit like that, Gianni. Yeah, I think this game is just really fucking dope, and I don't think it's aged a bit. I genuinely think this game, like, I don't know how white, like, people were like, you think the Final Fantasy VI encounter rate's bad, but you like Nocturne? I'm like, yeah, because Nocturne doesn't have bad encounter rate. You just are remembering the moments when you get through 2 encounters in a row occasionally, but, like, there are so many, like, varied steps you get before an encounter that you, like, probably just don't even notice when you go through an entire town and don't get an encounter. Also, if you don't use a stoma. If you don't know that exists. But that's like a wildly accessible thing that the game tries to give you compared to random thing you find on the ground that is hidden that disables all encounters. No, yeah, I don't think Nocturne's aged at all. Like, the graphics are still great. On PS2, like, graphics are great. The, like, battle presentation's really cool. Press turns are just, like, easy to understand, and it's like, oh, hit weakness, get crit, and I do more thing. And then, like, mastering, like, your party formations to get the most out of your press turns in that game, because, like, in that game, like, if you pass, it takes away from the front, as opposed to SMT5, where it takes your full turns. Like, mastering Nocturne is very, very fun. Alright, I'm done talking about Nocturne. Okay. Let's just do some more from page 2. Shadow the Hedgehog, alright. This game has a few issues. I really care about the cutscenes because there's so few pre-rendered ones, but compressed music is awful. The compressed music on the PS2, like, they literally had to compress it to fit it in the game. Like, that's fine. Unless you're talking about the remaster, which the remaster, you literally just mod the OST versions in. Well, the point of random inheritance, quote unquote random, in Nocturne is to literally force you to not sit there and do fusions for 3 hours. Like, that's literally the point. It's there so you don't just keep passing the broken stuff, put mana refill, debilitate on every demon, you know, whatever. The whole point of it is to, like, force you. It's fun to, like, look at the fusions, like, okay, I want to make this demon, I can't get all these skills on, what am I willing to drop, how many Rakukages do I have left, stuff like that. I think that decision-making process is very interesting and very cool. I totally understand if you're just like, I don't give a shit about this is fucking stupid, give me chosen inheritance. I completely get that. But I think Nocturne is 100% balanced around its fusion. So, whatever. Anyways. This game it's kind of like Sonic 06. This game's got very obvious issues. I actually think it's a very fun video game that's just really funny to play. It's so fucking ridiculous. The gunplay is actually pretty fun, but just like Sonic gameplay is fun too. The only thing that really drags this game down is the routing choices, and that's such a central part of the game that it just fucking crumbles under any fucking scrutiny. I'm giving it a 3 though. This game is very fun. Hunting 40 chaos in an auto-scroller level? Not very fun. But yeah, I enjoyed this game as much as I enjoyed Sonic 06. So.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Yo, thanks for the Prime Gaming. Let's take from this page. Apescape, sure. Oh, thanks. Alright, this game's dope. This game is very, very fun. The only thing that sucks about this game is the camera. But the game mostly plays around it. Thanks, nice review. This game is just a fun video game. Like, it is impossible to not have fun playing this video game. It's just fun. The concept is really goofy and simple. Other review on screen. Funny little monkey game with breakbeat album that fucks and comes for an OST. Yeah, I agree with that. 4 stars. Man, the voice acting was like actually like not terrible at all. Like it was in that like area where it's like semi-serious but also like amateurish enough where it just sounds funny, but it doesn't just sound like someone trying too hard. Like a lot of the like older voice acting stuff sounds like. And yeah, I think like if I'm judging a 1999 game on its camera, I think I'm doing it wrong. That being said, Super Mario 64 is one of the worst games I've ever played. Yeah, I do agree with that. The getting kicked out kind of sucks, but I don't think, like, Banjo-Kazooie didn't exist yet, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it did, I don't remember. Did it exist? When did Banjo-Kazooie come out? Oh, it did come out. Damn, 1998. Thought it was a little later. Anyways, the, like, idea of, like, a collecting thing and then, like, not getting interrupted, I don't think was, like, standardized. I mean, it even took fucking Mario how long for Odyssey? But anyways, this game's just, like, an easy 4-star for me. It's fun. Like, it's not the most perfect game, but it's just good. It is good shit. It might be the pinnacle 4-star game. I'll sit on that one, though. Yeah, I do plan on playing Ape 2 and Ape 3 eventually. Oh, I think I started talking about it, but I didn't finish. The game is just, like, the premise is simple and, like, it's creative. Like, this Ape Escape idea doesn't work in any sort of other medium. Alright. Get a new song. I did enjoy watching Darko play 3, doing the fasty do's. Okay, let's do some. I can't. This fucking title. Oh, I never ranked Halo Reach. Halo Reach is like a 3, whatever. This game kind of sucks. I'm sure it'll get bumped down. Although I already bumped down all the Halo games. Well, I'm thinking about like, so like I rated Halo 1 a 3, despite like this game, you know, being like a generation genre defining thing. So I am looking at these games from a playing the game in 2021 perspective. Absolutely. It's also why I rank Final Fantasy X so low. But like, the main problem with Ape Escape is the camera. The camera isn't even that bad. Like, it's very annoying, but like, it doesn't inhibit gameplay that much. Okay, that was just clearing that up. Okay, Ace Attorney stuff? Yeah, we can do Ace Attorney stuff, sure. I'm tempted to just get all the other Ace Attorneys, even though I didn't play them this year, just so I can, like... I haven't, like, sat down with these games and, like, actually ranked them and ordered them. Mostly because I wanted to do it case by case, and that would require me to do wiki dive, and that just takes so much goddamn time, because I do not remember. Right now, this game is sitting at about 3.5. I'd say in my brain. I might change that. I think this game has the best OST. I think the prosecutor's interesting enough. Or just like all the characters in general. But like the prosecutor is like the main one that needs to be good. Clavier is good. Your Tracy's good. It's fun watching, I don't know if fun's the right word, but like it's cool seeing Apollo start off as this big dorky idiot in case 1 and then like watch him build his confidence up to case 4. Oh, absolutely. Apollo would be fucking dead if Trucy didn't exist. It's just literally, he'd be fucking dead. I'd somewhere in a gutter somewhere. I think, yeah, the main problem with this game is like Clavier is good enough, but there was so much more room for him to like prosper, and now he's just been kind of like thrown on the sideline for random shit, which kind of sucks. The other problem is that this is not an Apollo Justice game, this is a Phoenix Wright game. 100%. Yeah, Apollo does not do a lot in this game. It's Trucy hard carries, and then and most of it's on the back of Phoenix big brains for the later bits. Let's play that video game one more time. It's been a while. I played this at the beginning of the year, so like I could just like this is fuzzy memory, especially because I played all the Ace Attorneys back to back, so it's all kind of like just melding in my brain. But I remember the general feel of this game being, I like this game, the OST's really good, but it had more potential, but I don't think it's a bad game. No, they literally... I've talked about this before, but like, you can say the same thing about Phoenix. Phoenix fucking sucks in the first game. There's nothing there, and then like he slowly gets more and more character for the third one. Like there's a little bit there, but like, it looked like part of like the story of him in Edgeworth. But Phoenix there is not a lot going on there. The game is a lot more like contained because it was like them trying the game out, or like effectively the first game is a pilot, right? You can think about it like that, where they need to have a complete thing. But like Phoenix doesn't really develop until his third game, like into who he is. And then, you know, they just disregard all of his development in the 5th and 6th games, but don't worry about that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking I might do this down to 3 stars. I think actually I do think 3.5 is a little generous. God, talking this much is so exhausting. For sure, there are issues with Apollo as a character, but I think it's unfair to rank this game solely on Apollo's development, because there's a lot more than just him in this game. I think I'm gonna give it 3 for now. We'll see how I feel. How do I feel looking at it right now? Yeah, I think I'm okay with this for now. I think Apollo Justice next to like Pokemon Sun, I totally disagree with. Yeah, okay, 3 stars is good. I shouldn't, well, whatever. Okay, this game got issues. 100%. The pacing is fucking awful. Obviously, I mean, everyone's fucking talking about this. Kay and Lang not showing up till case 3 is super weird. Case 5 is like this weird backloaded mess. But I think this game's still really fun, and it's really cool to like just change in what you're doing in the game is cool. And then obviously there's a second game, which we will talk about. I think this game is about 3.5. I think it's a little better than Apollo Justice. Actually, no, that's not true. I think it's a 3 star. What the fuck am I talking about? It's about... Pacing's awkward in every Ace Attorney. Yeah. Well, the best Ace Attorney games are Ace Attorney 3 and Investigations 2. I haven't played the great Ace Attorney games, so I can't comment on them. And I know like 3-3 is kind of a meme, but I honestly don't think 3-3 is like, I think that's like redeemable because there are things in that case that apply to the like penultimate 3-5. Where you like, I don't want to like spoil anything, but there are things in 3-3 that help clue into things in 3-5, and I think that's really cool. I've heard Grace Attorney is like really fucking good, so I will play that eventually, but they're a little bit backlogged in my VN. I got VLR to do, and I'll probably do Zero Time Dilemma. Then I'm going to read Fata Morgana. Then we'll have time for Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, I think 3 stars fine for this game. This game's like fun and it's cool and it's like nice change of pace, but it's got too many issues. Just the pacing is so bad. But the characters are, like, Kay and Lang are fucking sick. I guess we're just listening to Paper Mario or 1000 Year Door OST. Okay, I gotta take a second here. Investigations 2. This game's really fucking good. I don't think it's a 5, but it's probably a 4.5. This game is just really, really good. It takes all the problems from the first game, throws them through the fucking dumpster and just puts good shit instead. All the characters are so good. The third case is not filler and is like very important to developing everyone. I don't know if it's a 5 star though, because the problem with 5 star is that to me is like you got to play this video game. And the problem is you cannot play this game until you play Ace Attorney 1, 2, 3 and Investigations 1. Is it worth playing those 4 games just to play this game? Yes. But I'm gonna change the almost Kino. Quantification Strikes Back. Well, this was just a shitty thing I put as a placeholder, but now that we're actually talking about good games, I need to change these. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, like, it's fun going to Ace Attorney games, but I think, like, I don't know, I guess it's a little unfair to, like, well, we'll see. We'll talk about this game some more. We'll just do capital yes. And for, yeah, that's adequate. Well, the worst part about Ace Attorney 2 is that there's only 3 cases. I don't know what happened to 2-3. They just kind of skipped over that one, went to 2-4. This guy gave him a 2.5? What the fuck? Abandoned? Is this guy just mad that he didn't get to play it? That's not translated. Okay, so this game's at least 4.5. It might be a 5. Might be a 5. We'll get the other behemoths down, and then we will decide. But this game is so fucking good. Edgeworth, like, god tier character development. All the characters are sick. The, like, antagonists all have, like, all their moments. Like, taking down the big bad feels so fucking rewarding. The song? Oh, let me just put on the song. The song? I did not mean to do that. Like, this song alone is, like, worthy of 5 stars, like, 5 stars probably. And the way they use this song is so sick, because, like, the other games, they kind of hold down on pursuit themes. Well, this one's just non-stop. Every time you fucking do something sick, it's there, backing you up. Oh, damn. When Justine does her turnaround in case 4, it's like, I hereby indict you. And the song starts playing. Mastermind in this game. The, like, big mastermind in this game is, like, actually the one thing I'm like, really? But I think it's cool. I don't think it's, like, unearned or anything. Dual Destinies fucking sucks. That game is dog shit. That is a wasted potential video game. God, that game sucks. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna leave this on 4.5. We'll see how I feel. Yeah, I think, like, the actual villain himself is a little goofy, but the way that they, like, reveal him and, like, the way he's in the story, or she, very good. Alright, there is a song I want to listen to I just thought of. Yeah, the main thing that this game does really well is every single case is linked so well. Like, usually the other games are, like, kind of tied together, like this one thing, but everything in this game is so neatly packed together. Gun Fortress? Sure, we'll do that. Is this the one I think it is? Yes, this song's actually really good. This song is so good. It's so fitting for the, like, the bad end. Well, not bad end, the evil end. Okay, that's enough gushing about this game. Now let's talk about the shitty one. Where are you? Are you back here? Yes. Alright, this game, it sucks. If this game had not Blackwell and had like a lukewarm prosecutor like Clavier, I would literally give this game a 1 star. And I'm not even kidding. This is not including the DLC case, by the way. The DLC case for this game is amazing, but it's not in the base game, so I'm not going to include it. Athena, they had literally no idea how to write a female protagonist. They had no fucking clue. She's just this weird trope city with like weird development. The final case is like fine, but like I don't think that's enough. I think this is just a definitive 2-star, 100%. The main problem I had with this game from the get-go is Phoenix, right? Just fucking sucks. The character, I mean. So many typos. They developed Phoenix. They had his big brain stuff in Apollo Justice, which, yeah, you can argue he had a bunch of years to do it. But, like, then he just returns to this bumbling fucking doofus who has no idea what he's doing. And it's just, like, feels like such a slap in the face that, like, all that development he did doesn't fucking matter. Handholdy. I didn't mind the handholdiness in the investigation sections, but yeah, definitely in the trials, they were like just handed the answer over to you. They'd almost never, I don't even remember. Maybe there was one thing in the last case they asked you to like jump over a few hurdles in your own brain, but they mostly just like type out the fucking answer for you and you have to pick it. It's like, eh. I don't have any. I've never been in the wrestling, so like the second case there was no like thing there for me. But like the way that the murderer did his things, did the stuff that he did in the case makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid. I'm trying not to spoil it, I'm trying to be as vague as possible, but the like series of events that like let the killer get away with those actions that he did in the moment are so stupid and make no sense. Case 3, I audibly laughed during the like supposed emotional moment. Like I literally was just laughing. It was so bad. Anyways, this game kind of sucks. Like if Blackwell wasn't there, this game would just be terrible. 100%, but Blackwell's really cool and interesting to interact with, so give it a 2. This is a wasted potential video game. I'm gonna put that on here. Two-2. You're thinking about 2-3. 2-2 is like a really good case. 2-2 is the one in the temple. 2-3 is the circus. I've not done SMT5 yet. I think that's all Ace Attorney games. No, I didn't do Spirit of Justice. Bellevue last. Just blue ball everyone. I've been literally choosing these at random, so we'll see. So this game's got 2 main issues. One is the prosecutor is fucking awful. Nayuta is so stupid. He's a terrible character. He doesn't do anything in the trials. He literally does nothing. He introduces one argument at the start, you dismantle it, and he never comes up with anything else. He is hot. kind of, not really. The best thing Nayuta does is when his beads snap and he smacks himself in the face, he does a backflip, falls on the ground. That's the best thing he does in the entire game. Hate him very well. That is a very interesting way to put it. I don't disagree with you. My main issue is that, like, I understand that in, what is it called? Where's the place they go to called? I forget. It does not listed here. What is the Kurain? That's what it is, I think. Yeah, Kurain. So, like, you can argue that Nayuta, like, sucks at prosecuting because in Kurain he didn't, like, need to prosecute. He's like, here's my argument, he's guilty, fucking kill him. But he's an international prosecutor that Edgeworth, after all of Edgeworth's development, says is a good prosecutor. So why does he suck so much? God, he's so fucking bad. Okay, that's enough about him. It's his redemption shit. Like, I literally didn't even care. I was like, please kill him, Judge. No one cares. He wants to sacrifice himself, but they get him to the trial, whatever. Mild spoilers, who cares? Anyways. He's someone who wasn't corrupt. I think it's enough Gun Fortress. This is what I wanted to listen to. I never played the DLC case, but I probably never will. Let's talk about Dual Destinies. That one's fine. I played that one. Okay, anyways, I think this game is so Nayuta sucks. Second part, cases 6-2 and 6-4, while not terrible cases in themselves, I think 6-2 is a little meh. I think 6-4 is actually pretty good. And so blatantly the first case in a Athena game, but we won't talk about that. 6-2 had cute bunny girl twins, so who cares? We won't talk about Larry. What was I saying? Okay, anyways, the 6-2 and 6-4 just like being thrown in and having no connection to anything just fucks up the pacing in this game so bad. It's so bad. Also, I'm not super critical of this, but Maya like has like no real development. Like they're just like, oh, it's Phoenix and Maya, we're gonna do literally the same thing we've done in all the other games again because we're not creative enough for something interesting. It's just shitty bait, yeah, that's literally it. And it's like, I don't know, I just wanted more out of her as a character, which is like, at the same time, like, it makes sense for her to like return to her quote unquote old self when she's with Phoenix, but I don't know. I just wish they did a little bit more with her. If it was just Apollo. I do agree with that, actually. But the last case in this game is really good. And it's not like the other cases are bad. It's just the pacing gets so disrupted. Like 6-3 is actually really good too. And 6-5. They're both very good cases. The first one's fine too, but it's like, you know, it's like establishing the setting more than actually being a case. We do like a little clown titty in 6-4, it's true. I'm gonna give it a 3. I think the shitty prosecutor and the bad pacing just like fucks this game too hard. And then like the cases are like the end of like 6, like I said, 6-3 and 6-5 are good, but every ace attorney has a good case. I need a little bit more. For reference, I would probably give Ace Attorney 3 like a 4, 4.5, just like as a comparing point. Ace Attorney 1 and Ace Attorney 2. Ace Attorney 1 without DLC would also probably be about 3, 3.5. 2 would be 3-ish, maybe 2.5. It's a bad feel when. Alright, I've had enough of this song already. One hour relaxing heart gold soul silver. Sure. This is definitely, I'm pretty sure this is recorded on Desmume. That sound fine. Alright, anyways. I got a little heated about this game. I was just a little upset going through it. Anyways, done. Yeah, I think like it's not a bad game at all. But I just think there's really bad problems. Like, it's a 3-star. I'm having fun. It's a video game. I like it a little more than Apollo Justice, probably, but I don't think it's much better. Okay. I don't know. Close my eyes. Toki Doki Literature Club. Okay. This is a hard game to rate, honestly. That's about what I put at Comet Strider. I put 6 above 4, just a little bit. 3.5. So if we're looking at this game just as a, this will be my undoing. Reshapes the genre. I don't think that's true. This is more of a homage to all the other strange things visual novels have done. But I think this is the most... Oh, sarcasm, thank God. Okay. I was trying to be nice, but I'm glad you're being sarcastic. Yes, the main thing with this game, I'm not including fandoms in the reviews. That's stupid. Otherwise, Undertale would be a half-star. I think what this game wants to do, it does very well. And I think it does it pretty succinctly. I think in the, like, second act before you're hanging out with Monica, before you get to that part, I think the second act is just a little too long. Like, I think there should have just been, like, some random speed-up sections that, like, gets to the more, like, then it does some weird, more fun stuff, and then it kind of slows down a bit. Then it speeds up, and then it does some weird, you know, something like that. Yes, exactly. I don't, like... I think it's, like, at least a 3.5. I don't think it's a 4-star at all, but, like... Fun fact, I never finished the game. I got to Monica fun stuff and I just closed the game and I just left it. I was like, I'm done. I got my ending. I've watched the ending, of course, on YouTube, but I on my old computer, she's just chilling over there, fucking suffering, I guess. We're talking, like, character-wise. Monica, obviously, is Monica. I did have Monica on the stream for a while. She was hanging out. I think, I can't remember her name. Purple hair. I think Purple hair was very weak. I can't remember any of their fucking names. Yuri, thank you. I think Purple hair is a little weak. I think Sayori is like... Sayori is so intentionally uninteresting until you, like, learn more about her. I think it's really funny. And I cannot remember Pink Hair's name at all. I actually liked Pink Hair a lot because you actually got, like, bits of her story just, like, through interactions, like that she lives in an abusive household and, like, she only participates in the club because she doesn't want to go home. This is like the only thing that lets her goof off. Natsuki. But like Yuri's just like a fucking weirdo, and it's just not interesting. There's nothing there. She's just a weirdo for being a weirdo. But yeah, I give it like a 3.5. Like I said, it does what it wants to do pretty well, and it does it pretty fast. Doesn't overstay its welcome, and it makes you think. Not a bad game by any sense or anything, just too well. Poor pink hair girl. Dan Salvato is sick. That guy's a fucking weirdo. He's a, like, I don't mean that in a bad way, but he's just he's a genuine weirdo in the best way possible. Oh, I should have done this when I did Final Fantasy X. Get their fucking ass hope. Probably because Yoshi All Melons is really fucking boring. I did play Spyro 4 this year. It was not very fun. That's probably the worst game I played this year. But it's like an uninteresting bad game. Like it's just bad and unfinished. Yeah, we're done. I like this game more than 10. The characters are like actually interesting. The mechanics are really cool. I really wish there was another game with this job system where you like can just change your job mid-game or mid combat and like have weird synergies based on like the way you change them. Like mechanically, this game is very cool. I liked the first few chapters, kind of just like going through the world again and like just kind of doing shit. And then like the story started happening and the game fucking sucked. Shocker, Final Fantasy, a terrible story, but you're right. Well, I can't get it rated less than Final Fantasy X. Oh, F13 does you do that? Interesting. Well, like, because I'm a fucking loser, I really like first trying bosses in JRPGs. And I mean like truth. Like, I think it's fair to say first try if you do a scouting attempt. Like, okay, this is what the boss does. Let me adjust my party and then do it. But it feels really good to like be so well prepared that you go into a boss and adjust mid-fight to their stuff and then beat them. Like that, I love that. I love that feeling. In this game lets you do that with the job system. Anyways, this game has way more interesting characters. I think the story is a little bit better than Final Fantasy X, not by much though, it doesn't matter. Like just by virtue of the characters being more interesting, I'm just gonna give it a higher score than Final Fantasy X. I don't think it's that much better. I literally cheated at the end of the game because I just didn't want to. I wanted to watch the ending, but didn't want to actually do the game. I did enjoy, I think it's like Assault, where you just press a button and everyone goes berserk and has haste and shell and protect, and you just hope they win. That was fun. Oh yeah, the like weird. I didn't like understand that was like a thing until like halfway through the game. I'm like, oh, the position like matters. It's weird. I honestly don't remember a lot about this game, which probably means not very good things. A lot of it was kind of a blur. The other problem with this game is that it's a game that's about doing side quests, and I don't really like. It's not that I don't like doing side quests. That's just not generally what I do in RPGs. Like, I always think it's like I try to like stay at least within like narrative bounds, and like a lot of the time it's like A lot of games, it's like, oh, I need to go save this village, but there's a side quest here, so I'm gonna go do it. And I'm like, I don't really want to do that because it doesn't make sense narratively. So like, I generally don't do side stuff. I don't think there's anything wrong with them or anything, but if I'm like really enjoying a game, I'll go on my way to do them. But generally, when I'm playing a game, I also really hate it, Final Fantasy VI, where optional content is not optional because everything is balanced around you after you do the optional content. Hate that shit. Anyways, I'll give this like a 2.5. It's better than Final Fantasy X. Not by that much there. The characters actually being interesting and having synergy is a nice step up. Oh, for sure. Side quests usually make you stronger, but there have been a few games where like I literally like I don't really want to do side quests. I'm gonna do the main story, and I'm just like 5 levels under or whatever, and I'm like, okay, sorry. Okay, that's a lot. I've said a lot of words. I'm getting tie-tie. Ice Path tweet. Great SMT5 side quests. SMT5 side quests are really good because it's just you talk to an NPC and then you do a boss fight and then you get a good reward. That's literally all of them. There's 2 of them where you fight some random encounters and they don't take very long. Wasted potential and good shit. We'll talk about it when we get there. How we looking? Yeah, I agree with all this so far. I think I'm gonna rate this a bit lower, actually. I would rather play Dual Destinies than Final Fantasy X by enough of a margin that it deserves to lose half a star. Alright, I'm just do Hades. I've been looking at it. I think this game's really cool. It's a roguelike. So if we're looking at this game mechanically as a roguelike, which the game is not even about. I 100% acknowledge that. But we're looking at this purely as mechanically a roguelike. I think the game has... It's not really an issue, but there are no bad builds in this game. There are no nursing runs. And that it depends on the player. Roguelite, whatever the fuck. There are no bad runs, so that's a two-sided thing, because like it means that when you get good runs in this game and whatever by stretch, like if you just get really good synergy one run, it doesn't feel as rewarding because like you can still just half-ass a bad run and still like win. The like biggest skill cap in this game is learning boss patterns. Like once you beat Theseus and Minotaur, you've won the game because you've learned how to fucking watch an enemy and adapt their patterns. Which most people who are hashtag hardcore gamers already knew how to do. But this game is just super fun to play. Like, if you're playing it just like for the aesthetic, the story, presentation, it's all really good. Voice acting is phenomenal, except for Theseus. We don't talk about him. Or not Theseus. Thanatos. Yeah, I think I had maybe 1 or 2 runs where I was just like, I have fucking dog shit, but like, it just didn't matter. Because you have iframes. Theseus Steer. It's probably a really good emote. Anyways, I think this game's really fucking good. Like, it's at least a 4-star. 100%. The story's interesting. All of its mechanics tie in with the roguelite style well. The story does. The way the characters interact and change is very fun to observe. it takes like a lot of playthroughs to start recycling dialogue. There is so much fucking dialogue in this game. By recycling, I just mean it becomes a little more generic. Please light my nuts on fire. I understand a lot of people. This game is very interesting because if you like people who are hardcore like roguelites like this game less, and people who aren't super into roguelites like this game more, which is I think is very interesting. I like roguelites. I think this game's good. I already said the mechanical thing, which is like my one issue with the game. This game is a 4 or a 4.5. I'm undecided. I will figure it out later. But for now, I'm going to leave it on 4. It's definitely not a 5. Yeah, 4. I would rather play Investigations 2 rather than play Hades again. Oh, the other thing I was going to say about mechanically is the way you make the game harder is that just arbitrary difficulty through the heat system, which the heat system is cool because you get to pick and choose what you want to make harder, but it's still kind of just like, okay, well, I have to hit this arbitrary threshold for an arbitrary achievement in the game. I guess I'll increase their health by 40%, and like it's not that interesting. Some of them are interesting where it's like they get a shield where they they don't take damage for the first 2 hits, which like is bad for certain weapons but good for others. That stuff's interesting, but a lot of them are just like arbitrary percentages, which are never interesting. Shouts to Nocturne hard mode, by the way. Okay, that's enough Hades talk. I think tons of people talked enough about Hades. I don't need to spend too long on it. Yeah, the extreme measures is very cool. I love extreme measures. I wish all the heat things were more like that. Like, give normal enemies, like even just new normal enemies, or give normal enemies new moves. Change their spawn patterns or whatever. Shadow the Hedgehog is very fun. This is a good video game. I'm having fun playing a video game. Shadow the Hedgehog. It's just the problem is the main gimmick of the game, the routing choices are awful. If the routing choices in that game weren't so bad, I would literally give this game like a 3.5, 4 stars, and I'm not even kidding. Saga, we can do Saga. Where is that? There it is. This game's tight. Like a 4.5. Just that's literally it. The problem with this game is that you have to like JRPGs a lot to enjoy this game. But like, if you don't like JRPGs a lot, you probably don't know what Saga is, so that's not an issue. This is the only Saga game I played, by the way. I know that this one's a little bit different from others, but I've watched CFB play a couple, and I've watched like Tonic speedrun some. So the way Saga was summed up to me, which is very accurate, the way normies think of SMT, like as this weird inaccessible game, when it really isn't, Saga is that weird inaccessible game. There are no resources on Saga games anywhere. You have no idea what's going on, you have no idea what does what, but it ends up just working out. It's so like meticulously crafted that it just works. Whatever you do, as long as you aren't intentionally fucking griefing, it just works. When's Romancing Saga? I need to add that to the list. I'll do that right now. Yeah, just read Japanese wikis, duh. I wanted to play the second one first. Where is... Oh, I'm looking at 2020, that's why. Romancing Saga 2/3. Okay, anyways, this game's really good. I can't recommend it to you unless I know you. But if you like JRPGs and you're interested in Saga, I would super recommend this game because the way this game works basically has this really cool combat system that you have to figure out. I'm not gonna go into that, but basically you're just like thrown into the world and there's like, you basically just like look around and there's like resources to get and they all have encounters correlated to them. And like the harder it like tells you how hard the encounter is. And the harder the encounter, the better the resources or whatever. And then so you basically just choose your random battles, choose what resources you get, and then you use those resources to craft better stuff for your characters. And then there's always like, go here to advance the main story. Everything scales to your level. So it's like, okay, well, I'm feeling a little underpowered right now. I'm gonna do a couple side stuff to get better weapons and then go advance the main story. And like, there's a really nice balance. It's very, very fun. Yeah, this game is just really good, but it's very niche. I still need to finish Urpina, I think that's her name, and I need to do the farmer's story, I forget his name. I'll just do those eventually someday. I'll be looking. Yeah. Yeah. Ape Escape, I'm having a little bit of second thoughts. Ape Escape on 4 stars. That's about the only one. But like, this game's really cool, and I don't really care, so I'll probably keep it at 4 stars. I'm also a little bit nostalgia biased. I played it as a kid. Alright, I'm gonna do one that I don't want to do. This game's really sick, very cool, awesome. I don't think I can give it more than 3.5 though. I really don't think I can. It's just a little too short. And like, there is a nice comfiness to a short game, but I think this one's just a little too short. Just a little bit. It's an hour long. That's it. The whole point of it is just to listen to this. The whole point of the game is literally just listen to an album, a pop album video. Literally just listen to some songs while you do some interactivity. That's literally the whole point of the game. But I wanted more. But there's like fun side stuff you can do. And like, the point of the game is like mastery. Once you've listened to the songs. But I really don't think I can give it a 4 or more. I think this might be the pinnacle 3.5 star game. This game's super good, by the way. I would like, if you ever see it on sale, I would definitely recommend it. I know it's only an hour long and I'm kind of trashing on it, but like, it's just it's a very fun experience. Just a comfy hour. You'll probably do the mode where you do everything at once as like a boss rush, basically. Mode as well after, so you like 2.5 hours out of it. And then like, if you really like it, you can like do all the levels individually and go for high scores. Yeah. And like, the thing is, like, me, like, if I say something like, oh, the gameplay was pretty basic, like, of course it is. It's not the fucking point. But yeah, 3.5 I think is fair. I think 4 is a little too much. I think 3.5 is fair. Running out of room down here. Can I like add more per page? I don't think so. Whatever. Bagoosh. Oracle of Ages and Seasons? Sure. This is a 3.5 game. Oracle of Ages is probably a 3 star. This is just a good Zelda game. I liked Randa a lot playing at this game. I think 4 stars is too much. I don't think it does enough. Let's play, hold on. No, it just says fade played. Yeah. I don't think this game does enough for a 4-star. 3.5 is a very good ranking. Like, breaking that 3-star threshold is very good. Like, I cannot overstate that. But I have a really hard time. I know it's a game of 2001 on a Game Boy. Like, there's only so much they can do, but it's just a really good Zelda game. I think this game's better than it aged, partially just because it aged better than ages, but I think the game's just overall better quality. The dungeons are better, it's better paced, there's less obtuse things in it. I think I've had enough of the Heart Gold sound font. Ooh, I want to listen to. Gouda avatar user. I was gonna comment on her, and I didn't though.
Nintendo.
The linked stuff is pretty cool, actually. I don't know if that's enough to push to 4 stars, though. It's very loud, sorry. We might come back to it. I don't think I can give it more than 3.5, though. I don't think I can. Because it requires you to play Ages. I don't think it's that bad. I think Ages is fine. I just think there has more issues. The game and fight song's actually not bad either, I think. Let me pull it up. It might actually be bad. Oracle of Seasons, Ganon, music. Yeah, this song's tight. Hold on, they also have the really good song. This is in both the games, but this one is way more thematic. 4, not 3, because of Linked. Alright, anyways. Might change my mind, but I think 3.5 is pretty solid. Yeah, 3.5 definitely. No way it's a 4, but I'd say it's a little better these games. Alright, let's do the Paper Marios. Let's see. Paper Mario 64 mix. I'll just pull up the OST, that's fine. Alright, first and foremost, this is the best Paper Mario of the first 3. I haven't played the other ones. Toad Town song? No. This might be a penultimate 4. It might be, because this game's got problems. This game's got 4 and 5, Chapter 4 and 5 syndrome. But this game's really good. Hold on, I have to remember which one Chapter 4 is. Yeah, it's okay. I had to make sure I wasn't mixing up. Chapter 5 is, or sorry, Not chapter 5. Chapter 5's fine. The, I think it's 6. It's just like where you go back and forth on the same path. Yeah, Flower Fields. That one's not. Yeah, 5 is fine. I got it mixed up. I played this game fresh. I played this year was the first time I ever played this game. I think this is a penultimate 4. I think I'm gonna put that on there. This game's really good and it has problems. But it hasn't. I don't think it's aged at all. It's beautiful. It's a very pretty game. Betty White? What the fuck? Damn, that sucks. '99 didn't make it quite yet. I used to watch GSN a lot, and I always was like I don't know if attached is the right word, but like if Betty White was there, I'd have like a character to associate with. It always made me like more interested in watching. At 14. Okay, anyways. I think it's probably a lot of people talk about this game, but the combat is like, it's just fun. It's easy, or like, you can dodge random encounters, very important for aging. Music's great. The bosses actually like get pretty interesting by the later half of the game. Like they all have their own little gimmicks that you gotta figure out and adapt to. The partners are, you know, fun to use. Huff and Puff, Crystal King, they're pretty sick. Has this like big climactic encounter at the end with Bowser with some sick music. Yeah, I can't. This game's not as good as Saga, sorry. Can't give it more than a 4. Chapter 4 and 6 just suck too much. Again, 4 stars is really good. I know our brains are tainted by shitty video game reviews, but like hitting 4 stars is an achievement. Oh, and shitty grade systems in school, of course. Sorry. I haven't done Best End in Cave Story yet. Trash video game. Achievement unlocked, am I right, fellow gamers? I already Mario Kart 8 Deluxe does nothing wrong other than the items kind of sucking. Like, almost all the tracks are good. 200cc is fucking sick as hell. Alright. TDYD. Unfortunately, this game sucks. I do plan on doing it on I think I'm gonna do it the next event I do, so sometime next year early. But I am biased. We need to read these more for content, sorry. I love this game more than my kids. Oh. It is hold on, I gotta read this fucking 300-word essay. It is entirely undeniable, in my opinion, that the writing and story in TDYD is leagues ahead. But gameplay-wise, I have to go with Nintendo 64, I think. While I could say something good about every chapter in this game, I could probably say something bad as well. Each of them with maybe the exception of the first drags on in a way that none in the first game do. I've never been a fan of the Glitz Pit in the way that most other people seem to be, and the other chapters have so much potential but become a slog in some way. Mal reviews? Those are fun. What? I don't remember this. Is this like a tutorial theme? Mario's theme. Dude, my favorite... That was a joke, Red Shifter. My favorite part about Mal reviews is reading the, like, 6,000 word essay, and they literally said nothing. They, like, it's just amazing how they do that. I don't know how people do it. They're just like, I liked this a lot, but I think this thing was bad, and then I didn't like this, but it was also good, so maybe it was okay in the end? And it's just like, what? Did you... Was that a sentence you typed? One of the dumpsters ain't... Actually, do you guys want to read that? Sub and send it. No. Okay, anyways. Getting distracted. Titty YD. I think this game is... I think this game has the best core of the first three Paper Marios. And I think it executes in all of its chapters the worst. Particularly on replay. So, like, chapter 1's whatever. It's like an introductory chapter, that's fine. Great Tree is not that good. Chapter 3 is the sickest shit in the world the first time you go through, and I'm not even like a wrestling fan or anything. That chapter's just fucking sick. And then on replay, it is the worst, just goddamn annoying thing in the world. Chapter 4 is a meme. You literally go up and down the same path like 6 times. But you do get Vivian, so that's fine. What's chapter 5? Oh my god, I can't remember what chapter 5 is. Tropical Island, that's right. Chapter 5 is like... The first half of it is terrible. You literally go... It's like chapter 4, you go up and down the same path like 4 times. The later half is like fine, and there's like the big cool thing at the end, but like the first... I think a lot of people like disregard a lot of the backtracking in that game and only cite 4 and General White stuff. But like there's a lot of it in the game. Chapter 2 has a ton of backtracking, chapter 5 is a ton of backtracking. Chapter 6 is one of the best things in video games ever. That's kind of an exaggeration, but I think chapter 6 is really cool. It's a walking sim, of course I think it's cool. Even like the little mini dungeon in the middle of it's fine. Oh, wait, what did you post? Pour one out for my main. It's going through a lot right now. Here, we'll put this on stream. Maybe if I can fucking use my tabs, holy shit. How's this look on stream? Alright, that works. I watched this during an E-date, but she blocked me after, and now I can't think of this anime without thinking about how much I miss her. Anyway, I don't know, I haven't finished it, and probably never will, but it was okay, and I wasn't really paying attention to it, but the art style was kind of cool. I don't know anything about the story. I think it's about a guy and his sister is a demon, and he's trying to protect from evil people who want to kill her. Sounds kind of interesting, but I wouldn't watch. Personally think Naruto has better art style, better OST, better story, better characters, and a better fan base. Well, I would like to talk about how much I love Naruto and why you should watch it instead. This review is meant to be about Demon Slayer, but since they're from the same genre, I think it's worth noting and taking into consideration. I know Ninja said it was good. His new sneaker drop sold out in 40 minutes, which is kind of cool, I guess. Good for him. I don't really watch his streams, but I know a lot of people do, so maybe you trust his opinion more than mine, but that's on you. I don't really like anime, so maybe you should listen to my review. Hope this is helpful. 5 people have found this review helpful. 8 out of 26 episode scenes, overall rating 1. I do not want to listen to the random battle theme, thank you, game. Let's just skip ahead. I don't know. Sorry, what were we doing? Shitting on Thousand Year Door? Talked about backtracking. Talked about well, General White. Everyone knows about General White. That fish chest, its shit sucks. Other than that, though, this game is good. Like it's at least a 3, probably at least a 3.5, honestly. But like, boy, is this game miserable on replay. I think Paper Mario is definitely better. If I end up knocking Paper Mario down for some reason, this is going to end up being a 3-star, which is very funny. I think this is the worst of the first 3 Paper Marios, though, pretty easily. Yeah, I think a lot of people already know the problems with this game, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Oh, let's see here. I did just put it above Shadow the Hedgehog, which I actually unironically don't like. But it is better. Objectively. Super Paper Mario. It's a strong moral compass. I think anyone that doesn't like this game by default because it's not an RPG needs to get out of their diapers and grow up. That being said, I do wish this game was more difficult. It is really easy. A little uninteresting because of it. I do think this game has like genuine flaws. Flip Side is just really boring and not interesting at all, while Toad Town and Rogueville, or whatever it's called in 2DYD, are fun to go through. Really, Sam? I think like pretty much all the characters in this game are really fucking good. Like the characters in the game are so strong and really like anytime there's a cutscene playing in this game, I'm interested. I'm loving the dialogue. Yeah, like I said, the people that don't like this game because it's not RPG need to grow out. I'm just debating if I want to give this 3.5 or 4. I'm leaning towards 4, but I do think there are enough genuine issues with the game to bog it down. I'm not sure, though. My hamster wheel. Yeah, the main problem, like I said at the beginning, is that it's not a hard game, and it's not super interesting. The game has the typical 2 bad chapters. It's got the the caveman one. I forget. I think it's chapter 5. That one's not very good. And then Underwear is cool, but the later half of it gets really fucking slog fest. I'm skipping that again. I'm gonna put it at 4. I actually think it's a 3.5. We might change that. We're probably gonna change that. Yeah, I never even did the 3.75 rule. No. Let's see. Let's just look. Let's see how I feel. Okay, I'm already seeing problems. I would rather play Pokemon Sun than I don't want to play Super Paper Mario more than I want to play Pokemon Sun. That's a problem. I think I have to bring it down. I have to. I don't want to put it in the same tier as TDYD, but I think it really is. They're both good and bad for different reasons. I'm not moving Pokemon up. This game isn't as good as Paper Mario for these ones. I love Pokemon Sun, I love the characters, I love the story, I love all the changes they did, but it's still a Pokemon game at the end of the day. I can't give it more than a 3.5. I just can't. Okay, that's Paper Mario done. I'm content with what we got so far. Oh, Ultra Moon's like a 2. Just, I'm letting you know that right now. I hate that game. Or 2.5, I'll give up. I could be convinced. You guys want to do Ghost Trick? We can do Ghost Trick. Alright. Alright, well, that was easy. That wasn't very hard. Okay, let's do the next one. I can't talk about Ghost Trick. You have to go play the game. Please go play Ghost Trick. That's it. I literally cannot talk about Ghost Trick. The less you know about Ghost Trick, the better the game's gonna be. All you need to know is it's like kind of like a puzzle game, but it's not really. Like, puzzle game is not accurate at all. It's a Ruby Goldberg machine game. That's how I would describe it. With a really fucking good story and characters, and there is no goddamn filler at all. It's just non-stop sick shit for 12 hours. Mousetrap, yeah. Alright, let's take a look here. Crosscode, okay, yeah, we can do that. I wanted to like this game so much more. It's not a bad game at all. Not at all. Thank you for clipping that. The best thing about Ghost Trick is it's just like super accessible. You pick it up, you play it for 12 hours, and you're done. And it was really good. Like that's just literally it. I'm done. All right, we're done with Ghost Trick. I really wanted to like this game more. I really liked the premise. I liked most. I'm not listening to this song. Nice gif. Sure. That's the stupid Toy Box song. If I'm falling asleep to a Paper Mario stream and I hear the Toy Box theme, I wake up, and I wish I was kidding. If I'm literally asleep, it won't wake me up. But like if I'm like in the process of falling asleep and I tell I'm dozing off and I hear that song, I wake up. It's so annoying. Like usually I'll just mute the stream and I'll fall back asleep. But okay, anyways, Crosscode. I really wanted to like this game. I really, really did. It's not a bad game. It's fun. There's some cool mechanics in it. If you don't know what the game is, basically you are playing a multiplayer. You're playing an MMO in a single player game. You go through a typical shitty MMO quest line and you like meet other characters that become your friends and you like party with them in the game. Like they're all NPCs of course, but like they pretend like they're humans with real lives and stuff, and like sometimes they're not there for whatever reason. They'd be like, oh, I won't be on for a bit, I gotta study for a test or whatever, just whatever dumb bullshit. The game has like some pretty cool story and like there's some cool twists about it. The problem is that they do the cool twists and the character stuff, and then they go back to being a shitty MMO game. Also, the game's kind of hard. Like, it's actually a pretty hard game. Which you can just, what I did is I just turned down the, like, there's like a slider you can just adjust, which I just did because like they fully expect you to do MMO things, as in go grind equipment, and I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, and then I was gonna get to that. Yeah, and it didn't have those options at launch, which I'm very sorry. It's a very long game, yes. If you put down the slider all the way down, you could probably get through it pretty quick. Anyways, so like they have like these pretty cool characters and story, and then I feel like they don't do a lot with it near the end, and it becomes shitty MMO. I also want to reinstate, I never actually saw the good end in this game because I was like, I'm not doing the side content, I want to go beat the game, and because I didn't do side content, I got a bad end. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not playing this game again. I don't get the good end to anything. Name one other game I didn't get a good end in. And you better not say Virgo, because that was a good end. Me. Alright, well, I'm owned. Shadow doesn't count. Anyways, the other main issue of this game is the dungeons are really badly paced. So the way the dungeons work in this game is that you walk into a room and there's a big puzzle, and you walk to the next room and there's a big puzzle, and then you walk into the next room and there's a big puzzle, and then you walk to the next room and there's a mini boss arena, and then you walk to the next room and there's a big puzzle. And it gets really, really tiring real quickly, and it makes you appreciate all the like filler rooms in like Zelda dungeons. Where you just like walk from point A to point B and there's like some stuff in your way, and like it becomes like, okay, do I want to fight these enemies or do I want to like move around them? And that's like your only decision making in that room, and like that's more interesting than you give it credit for, like especially when you're trying to go through a dungeon quickly or whatever. But like if you're just casually playing a game, you're like, oh shit, enemies to kill, yeah, that's fun. But in this game it's like, no, if I'm fighting an enemy, it's a fucking boss arena. Or if I'm in a room, I have to solve a puzzle. And all the dungeons are just way too long, and you just get so fatigued. There are like no breaks. Anyways, this game is fun. I do recommend it to some people just to like try it. Not like, hey, this game's really good, but like, I want other people to play this game so I can feel validated about my opinions, is basically it. I only recommend it to specific people, to be clear. I'm not like, oh yeah, you should play this game. But I think it's a 2.5, honestly. I'm having fun, it's a video game is not an accurate description of this game. Yes, those are actually sick. The overall chest jumping puzzles are fun, like figuring out the like how like the desert area, like that was really fun to like figure out, okay, I have to get here, what screen can I move up to move down over there? I think I have to give this a 2.5. Like, this game has a lot of cool stuff, and a lot of it does deliver, but a lot of it does not deliver. Yeah. It's a weird one. Definitely on the board for most disappointment of the year. It isn't, by the way, but it's on the board. Yeah. It's a good spot for it. I guess we can do Fire Emblem. This game is a solid 3.5. It has got some terrible issues, but it's still my favorite Fire Emblem. This game has so many problems, and for some reason I enjoy all the problems. Skill issue. Skill, that's what the person says down there. So I think this game, I 100% know this game is like probably the objective worst of the 3 GBA ones. So I will move it down to 3, but this is the one I enjoy the most. Because I enjoy all its flaws. Well, the main problem with this game, if you don't know, is the weapons are really imbalanced. Like, the only good weapon is sword. Well, that's not exactly true, but, like, axes are just really bad. Axes are really fucking inaccurate, and all the classes that use axes have no skill growth, so they just don't hit. So you're very reliant on characters that can hit. There's like 4 units in the game that are really good, and the rest are just dog shit, so everyone uses the same 4 units. With like varying, like, oh, I use this Pegasus Knight because it got better gross than this one. And then of course there's the 2 starting Cavaliers that are always busted for no reason. Yeah, you get maximum strength Rucker like I did in my hard mode playthrough, and he just kills everyone. That was good. Sorry, I'm eating food. Sorry, me madre just made some, like, cookies, so she just gave me some. And I realized how hungry I was. Phantom Ship hard mode. Anyways, this game's got tons of issues. It's my favorite of the GBA trilogy, but it's just very imbalanced, and the later half of the map is, or like the latter half maps is just like status stabs, and it's just really annoying to deal with. One thing I really do like about this game is all the maps are siege maps, compared to the like billion shitty defend maps from Fire Emblem 7. So it's got that going on. Alright, this is just a better Fire Emblem 6 and 7. Yeah, FE6 Thrones, where they have like 40 evade and 3 defense or whatever. That's the good shit. Alright, so this game is really cool if you don't use Seth. I mean, like, you can use him in the early game, but just don't use Seth and you'll have fun. I promise. I think the characters and, like, isolated story is interesting for a Fire Emblem game. I don't really play Fire Emblem for story or characters. I'm mostly joking about Seth. I don't care. Play the game however you want. But there's tons of, like, there's, like, enough unit customization that it's fun. Every run, every character is good and viable, so you can always change it up. There's 2 different storylines for different maps. And there's like the grinding on the map, so like if you want to use like I forget his name, it's like the shitty mage you get so late into the game. He's like the beginner mage. I forget his name, but you get him so late that there's just no chance you'll ever use him without grinding him up, but there's just more opportunities to have fun and enjoy yourself with this game than like 6 and 7, I'd say. I'd not play Fire Emblem 7 this year, but I'd probably put Fire Emblem 7 on 3 stars. Maybe 3.5. But yeah. Those games are still really fun, by the way. Like, you should probably play Fire... You should play... If you have not played a Fire Emblem game, you should play one of them, and the GBA ones are all... Well, 7 and 8 are pretty accessible. I wouldn't start with 6. Okay. I'm gonna like take a break because I've been talking for 2.5 hours, and eating that cookie made me realize I'm hungry. I need sustenance. So give me a second. BRB. Hello. Hit check speed. Sounds like a skill issue, honestly, CFB. Just gotta say. Alright, I'm a little tired of Paper Mario ST. Did I play Kirby game this year? Did I play Kirby 64 this year? I don't think I put that on the list. I did play it this year. I didn't finish it, that's why. Oh, let me throw it on. Oh yeah, Near Ride. Throw that on too. Some games I don't remember to throw it on the list. Get comfy again. I'm like cold, but I was getting so heated talking about video games, like my back was a little sweaty. Let me open up my little snacky doos. Got some nut. Okay. Every video game reviewer. What's something easy? Here's an easy one. There is no redemption in this game. It's just bad. It's not even the fun kind of bad. The best thing you can do in this game is glitch to the final boss that doesn't even like function, and then the game just ends. It's literally just, this game is just not done. It's just bad. Alright, that one was easy. Not the biggest disappointment of the year though, because I knew it was bad going into it. A busted GameCube kiosk at McDonald's. That sounds like the penultimate way to play this game. And I genuinely mean that. Well, like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Yeah, does he have the rubber on it? Okay, let's talk about a game that I like. Playing Spyro Enter the I thought you were making a joke. Spyro Enter the Dragonfly is the penultimate, and at a McDonald's kiosk is the best way. Is penultimate second best? Am I getting my words mixed up? Probably. Anyways, enough embarrassing myself. Let's talk about Final Fantasy V. Now, keep in mind, I have not played this game on a vanilla copy in like 2 years. With that being said, this is the best Final Fantasy game ever. And it probably will always be. I've not played all Final Fantasy games, of course. I played 5, 6, first Disc of 8 a lot of times, and 10. So, you know, I played 4 Final Fantasy games. This game has pirates, and pirates are cool. And 10 too. But this game has tons of replayability. There's like, it's like easy enough that you can kind of just get away with whatever. Like obviously there's like really broken classes, but there's so much like flexibility with what you can do. And there's like X-Death and Neo X-Death are literally the only hard bosses in this game, and X-Death's not even that hard. Now, I'm sure this game has a terrible encounter rate, probably worse than FF6. If it's not just as bad. But I know for a fact this game has way better encounter variation than FF6. FF6 had literally like 3 formations per area. That's just miserable. Anyways, I'll give it like 1.5 stars. I don't think this game is quite 4-star, if we're just talking base game. I love opening a chest and fighting a super boss and instantly dying. That's a good feature. More games need to do that. This game is very difficult for me to objectively rate. Because like I said, I haven't played, I never played this, I didn't even play Vanilla SNES when I first played it. I played on GBA. Now I just do 4 job fiestas every year. And Career Day, which is the randomizer. I think 3.5 is fair. I don't think it's quite 4 stars. Just because I'm sure this game has a really bad encounter rate that I have forgotten about. It also has ways to, like, deal with encounters that FF6 did not have. Like, as in, like, you're like a ninja in your party, you can always smoke or, you know, whatever like that. I should say more consistent ways, because FF6 did have stuff like that. Smoking is cool, but I do prefer edibles. Am I okay with 3.5 stars? I'm more thinking about what I want to make this than talking about the game, which isn't very interesting. Yeah, I think this is fine. FF5, I don't know, it's a really fun game. Tons of customization with jobs. I don't remember it getting bogged down by encounters. Music's good. Game is pretty good about pushing you the right direction. There's a couple spots where it's like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. And there's just tons of, like, similar to a Saga game, you'll often just kind of stumble into a good setup without really understanding why. Like, I think you have to, I don't know, like, I think it's impossible to have a bad setup in that game, like, in a first play. Like, 2 magic users, 2 martial users, and, like, you can't fuck up. Even then, you're just, like, memeing with, like, 4 wizards. What's gonna stop you? I think 3.5 is fine. It really makes me question Ape Escape, though, because I would probably rather play Final Fantasy V than Ape Escape. The day-long break the grind AP. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 4. We might change that later. Because wanting to play Ape Escape more than Final Fantasy IV didn't make sense, but bringing Ape Escape down to these games also didn't make sense. I think that's fine. Super Mario Sunshine. Super Mario Sunshine is a solid 3. That's never moving. It's a pretty good, You know what, we'll do, oh, I guess I'll be right back up. Nice. Well, I literally, when I see Bass say sun, I just think of Sunshine. Sun gets bumped up? Okay, I've been exposed. All right, I'm just gonna throw on a more UST. Can't go wrong there. I paid $10 for this. I'm gonna get value out of it. Where the fuck is my tab? There it is. Jesus Christ. Or my window. Okay, sorry. What are some other whatever games we can rank? Truck Sim. Balloons. I think this is a 3.5. Like 100%. Like this game is just fun and there's like enough in it to make it interesting. Truck Sim will be back. The main thing about this game is it is like, I forget if they call it like breathing or working game or something, where it's like they're adding shit to it. And like the base game of this, I will say the base game of this game is fucking terrible, but I can't rate this game on just the base game alone. All the like DLC areas have been cool. It's just like, it's just really comfy. I don't know. I think 3.5's just fair. Maybe 3. We'll see what it looks like. I can't put it above Shadow the Hedgehog. Sorry, never mind. It's a 3-star. But I'm not bumping up Shadow to 3.5. Despite the fact I would rather play American Truck Sim than Shadow the Hedgehog, I don't think it's better than Shadow the Hedgehog. We might change Truck Sim, we'll see. What are some other whatever games? Loop Hero. This game is only good for a certain type of person. Has a pretty good OST, but it's also kind of samey OST. Like the composer, I feel like they made a good song and then they just made the rest of this OST that song and it didn't work too well. The song is a banger though. They have updated it to be a lot more clear on its mechanics than I played it recently, but when it first came out, it was like nothing was very well explained, partially because of translation issues, I think, but there's some like very overpowered stuff. They did a little balancing, I think. I mean, this game is just effectively an idle game that requires, it's kind of like RuneScape in that you need to have your attention on it, but you don't have to click a lot. At the end of the day, though, I think it's just a 3-star. I don't think it does enough to be super good. I'm having fun. It's a video game. That is how I would describe Loop Hero. Tower defense, that's another way to look at it, yeah. This game is like, if you like that kind of like strategy idle game, this game is very fun, and it's very fun to like discover all the interactions and stuff in the game. And the OST is good, like, to listen to in game, but I was just kind of making fun of that when you listen to outside of the game, you're like, oh wow, this all kind of sounds the same, huh? I think that, like, the story isn't interesting, but I think the, like, at least, like, the world, not the setting is interesting. The story itself is, like, whatever. The dialogue's kind of weird sometimes, but I also think that's a translation thing, so. Idle RPG city builder roguelike. That's fair. I 100% agree with that statement. Yeah, I would like to play this game about as much as I'd like to play Halos. That isn't Halo 3. I agree with that. Alright, let's do something interesting. Alright, Celeste. I like this game. I don't like it as much as other people. I think the storytelling is just way too on the nose, and there is not enough subtlety to it, which is fine, but there is like I don't know. All the dialogue got in the way. Corny. That is a great way to describe this game. Like, I'm not gonna like... I don't think it's bad or anything, but it is a little corny. I do think it's better than Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't think it's quite 4-star though. I'd rather play Ape Escape than this game. Like any day of the week. I will also state I'm not like the biggest platformer fan, so... Or in this genre of like timing your jumps and like getting more jump. You know what I mean? So like I recognize this like the gameplay loop of it is not like 100% my jam, and like I like the story, but the meat likes, yeah. The story's just so on the fucking nose, dude. It's just like, it kind of like, it's a little off-putting for me. But it is cute. I mean, I like the art. I just beat the game and I closed it, never played it again. I have never watched anyone play this game, and I probably never will. This game, I really like the mirror level. I mean, you're running away from battle, and mostly just because the music's fucking sick, but I like that level a lot. That one was like at least a little subtle about its things, just a tiny bit, not really, but there was a hint of subtlety to it in that you weren't sure exactly what the characters internal conflict was. Yeah, I don't think the game's bad at all. I think it's fun. I think people should play it, but I just wasn't the biggest fan. Let me look at... Where is it? There it is. Celeste and Doki Doki Literature Club on the same tier, baby. Spicy list. I think Doki Doki Literature Club's too high. I am gonna put that down to a 3. I don't think it belonged in 3.5. No way. Monica is not better than Shadow. Exactly. Ape Escape has been my like biggest question mark so far. Like I'm 100% confident in these 4 stars. Well, maybe not Final Fantasy 5 as much, but like these are all definite 4 stars. Ape Escape of I'm like, is it a 3.5? I'm kind of on the bump up, son. I'm warming up to the idea with the way things are unfolding. We will see though. I'm gonna put it on 4 for now. We'll see how I feel later. Alright, let's do some boring ones. Advance Wars. It's a solid 3-star. When I played this earlier, I played this a lot when I was a wee little kid. I haven't actually played Advance Wars 1 or 2. I'm looking forward to the Switch release so I can play those. But I mean, I don't care about the characters or story, but like the campaign missions are... I did the campaign missions up until like the big black obelisk level. That's like pretty hard. I did that one and then I just didn't want to do the rest of the campaign because it sucks. And then I did some War Room. I'm having fun. It's a video game is a great way to describe this game. So I had 3 stars sounds good. The campaign missions are like weirdly paced. What's up, Zanskard? Ban on who? Oh, is that person banned? Whatever. Yeah, I got delayed because of Cornvid. Nana's banned. Oh, okay. That's really funny. Sorry, distracted. Anyways, this game's just good. It's nice comfy game. War Room's fun, the little extra side nodes are fun, but none of it's like good enough to like bump it up above average. Above average is a little incorrect. I just mean like... Yeah, never mind. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not gonna rank this game actually, because I don't care about it. I'm just gonna remove it from the list. Oh, I never did Oracle of Ages. Oops. Unplayed. The truest 0-star. I talked about this on... It's Gerda. It's the same guy. Let's go. Wait, the... Oh, that's interesting. The, whatever this add-on is shows up on stream. I didn't think it would. I think this game's just a little worse than Oracle Seasons. I think it has higher highs and lower lows, effectively, and I think the lower lows are, like, very low. Like, fucking Crown Dungeon sucks. Jabba Jabba is actually not that bad. Higher highs, nice joke. Name one high. Jabba Jabba's belly. I love that dungeon. The dungeon's so bad. I unironically love that dungeon after playing through it again. It's so bad. It's so good. That's a mid. I just think like the general like premise of like going back and forth in time to move around is like just fun. I think it's more interesting than seasons changing. I feel like I might be conflicting info that I've said on stream otherwise with that statement, but the main issue is that traveling between ages takes like literally 12 seconds, and that's just fucking awful. Ultimate in the top 5? That's a cringe. That's cringe. Cringe. I hate saying cringe. Yeah, it's just a 3-star. I don't think the game's worse than like Crosscode. Let's do Persona 3 Portable. I 100% acknowledge that this game is a little dated, has some pretty bad pacing at the first half, and like mechanically is, I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about Portable where you can show your party members. Mechanically, just like their first 100 floors are just dog shit. They're so bad. But FMC 5 stars. Easy peasy. I think realistically it's just like a 4-star game. I think the shortcomings of the game are vastly outshadowed by its peaks. The game has a really good ending, especially because I love the ending because a lot of people don't understand it. They're just like, oh, okay, the game ended. That was cool. And it's like, oh, did you just not? Okay, you don't know yet. Okay. They didn't figure it out. That's fun. I think once you get like past floor 100, figure out what? I'm not spoiling. Once you get past like floor 100, like Tartarus's weight, like it's not great, but it's at least interesting. And like It's rough, of course, but like the blueprint of them like establishing the modern Persona formula is well thought out and made. I will say I played as the Femc this year. I haven't played as the male character in a very long time, and I remember the male character having really shitty social links. But like all the quality of life enhancements in this game compared to Fez, and of course the original game, much better. Yeah, the male ones, I'm rating this as the Femc. That's not clear. The male ones are not very good. Yeah, I think this game has issues, but I also think it's good shit. So I think it's a pretty good 4-star. I can understand someone that wouldn't like this game as much. Especially if they played Persona 4 or 5 first. Like I said earlier, the first half of the story is just so poorly paced and just like uninteresting. And they 100% expected you to go to Tartarus every single night and grind, and it's just like, no, I'm not doing that. This is like one of the few games that I would never recommend hard to anyone because it's just gonna make your life not fun. Or Tonic. Tonic was the prime. I wasn't sure, and then I watched Tonic's playthrough. I'm like, okay, yeah, I never played this game with hard. Oh, dude, I love that. I love that Persona 4 meme. It's like, where's the JRPG? I'm like, I'm in a VN right now? No, hard just makes this game not fun, and like, I don't think the combat is interesting enough to like justify hard mode to like push your ability. But I think the like later half of the story and the character development with all the main characters, and it's all good. Yeah, I always tell people to play portable. I mean, like, losing the like 3D cutscenes kind of sucks, and like the anime cutscenes, but I think the VN style is totally fine. Anyways, that's enough for tablet. Persona 3 was my first Persona. We're running out of space here. Let's do Metroid Prime. Is Metroid Prime a 4.5 or a 5-star? It's a 6? Could be. Is Metroid Prime a Metroidvania? 2? I think it's a 4.5. I don't think it has a... I don't think it's a... I think it's missing something. Definitely worse than Shadow. I think the game controls great. There's the FPS mod if you're a baby and don't want to deal with GameCube controls for whatever reason, even though the game plays around it perfectly and it's not even that hard to control at all. I think the platforming is super forgiving. The platforms are huge. Like, the worst thing in the game, which I did, which wasn't even that bad, is going to sunken ship without gravity suit and jumping out. Like, that's the most intensive platforming thing you have to do, and you don't even have to do it. I could have just turned off the game and loaded a different save. But that would have been like very anticlimactic. Also the music. This game is like primo, especially for a 2002 game, like just atmosphere and tone. It's so good. The music is on point. Just like the general sound effect design is really good. Has the Metroidvania thing where you like master each room so you get better going through them each time. Yeah, it still looks good. The game has not aged at all. And if like the controls are an issue, there's an FPS mod. Get over it. It's like, it's so deserving of a 5, but I don't think it gets a 5. I think like the mine section kind of sucks, and just like the random backtrack sections can be really annoying sometimes. I do enjoy when you have to go chant the mantras everywhere for the artifacts. That's fun. Wait, wrong game. I don't think I want to give it a 5-star. I don't think I can. I don't know why. All right, I'm gonna give it 5 stars for now because I want to, and we'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. Do I want to play this game less than like Ghost Trick or Nocturne or Katamari? I don't think so. But the thing is like, I'm not gonna be like, okay, well this game had 1 flaw in it, so I'm not giving it a 5-star. Like, that's just fucking stupid. We'll see. We'll see about this 5-star. It's like, Ghost Trick has that one, like, not great section in it. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna give it 4.5 because of the one bad section. Because it has 0 flaws. I'm not actually... Well, I'll rate it. We'll do this one next. This is only 999, not VLR. Because I haven't played VLR yet. I'm playing it soon. Nine out of 5. I think... So here's the main problem with this game, and this is not really spoilers, but the climax of this game lost so much of its luster in the transition between DS and computer. It's not expecting this song. Close. The climax, though? Okay, now you're speaking my language. I think it's a 4-star. I think if you preserved the Kino of the DS and combined it with the modernity of the Nonary games, or the PC remake, or whatever this remake was really for, I think it would be maybe a 5 out of 5, maybe 4.5. But I think there's just something lost there. Shogun 9. Yes. It's the Mori version is like higher pitched than the actual version. Right? If I was not streaming the game, I would have way rather played the DS version, but the voice acting is like very, very nice for streaming. Yeah, I think it's a 4-star. There was just so much lost in the climax, in the transition. That's the thing. Like, if that fucking sucks. I know it doesn't take that long, but it still sucks. I don't want to do it. It does take that long, especially when you get the yellow submarine ending. What did we just rank? Better games. I don't know if it belongs in 4 stars, y'all. Oh, never mind about the axe. It does belong in 4 stars. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. We might change it later. It's like, I had this problem in my fucking my Google Doc sheet. Like, I wanted to put it between A and A+. Like, what am I supposed to do there? Like, that's still how I feel about it. It's between 3.5 and 4 stars. It's so frustrating. But the whole point of this system is you have to make the decision. You can't fucking compromise. Okay. Bloons Tower Defense 6. It's just better than sex. Yes, absolutely. There's just like, there's nothing really wrong with this game. Like, the pay-to-win levels are kind of annoying, but you don't literally pay money. You have to pay, like, in-game currency for them, which, like, just adds a different layer of, like, quote-unquote strategy. I genuinely don't... Yeah, no, you don't have to literally pay money in the game. Like, you get so much freaking in-game currency that by the time you get to those later levels, you can just use the in-game currency. I really don't think this game is anything less than 4 stars. It's just really good at what it's doing. Which is really fucked. Which I don't like that, but... I want to put it 3.5 just to spite it. I'm putting it 3.5 just to spite it. You don't deserve to be up here. Get out of here. Well, exactly, Sam. It's like... It's one of those things where it's just like... It's a Mario game. It's really good. It's a 4.5 out of 5. And it's like, okay, well, why is it with these, like, titanic behemoths? It's one of those things where it's like, it's just good by default. Keep putting off La Milana. It's by quantifying the ranks. Doesn't matter. This is all for fun anyways. Alright, well, let's do a really easy one. Alright, well, that was easy. Super Smash Bros. Melee, y'all. That's an easy 5-star. It's a very easy 5-star. Or 2 more easy ones. I'm just taking this off. I can't rank this game. I shouldn't have put it on here. I like the idea of this game a lot. I like didn't really click with it, so I didn't play for very long. But I have no doubt that if I like actually learned how I'm supposed to play the game, I think I was just playing it wrong, basically. I think I was playing it like Hotline Miami, and like you're supposed to play it a little more careless than that. Which I'm not sure. Unplayed. Alright, I'm gonna rank this game. So, I loved Binding of Isaac in, what, 2012? When did this game come out? 2014. I loved this game in 2014, loved it in 2015. Coming back to this game after the multitude of updates that are like supposed to like balance it and stuff, I don't know, after just playing like a billion other roguelikes, it's just not very fun. This game is still just like, I will say Repentance helped a lot with this, but still at the end of the day, it's just like, did I get a damage item? No. Okay, well, my run sucks. Like, you can't, like you so specifically need certain things to have fun in this game. Slay the Spire has a similar issue, but I think there's better ways in Slay the Spire to, and more options for that to not happen. When in this game, it's like, okay, my first 3 floors had shitty items. I don't get that fun. I have to fucking nurse this shitty run or just restart. Yeah, there was the dumb shit where they like... There's too many strong items, and I want people to have a hard time with my game, so I'm going to add shitty items so people hold R for longer. Yeah. I think I wrote this down in my Google Doc. DLC is fun, new content is refreshing, but even with a wide variety of meta changes, the game still has a few fundamental flaws that are made even more clear after playing a decade of other roguelites. Not quite a decade, but... Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like, I played better roguelites at this point, and this game is still fun to like see the weird combos, but like, it's so few and far between. And just like nursing shitty runs is just not fun. Is it? Uh-oh. Well, that's an easy half star. I think it's just a 2.5. Combos that crash your game are the best. Like, this game has really, really high highs and just like some dog shit lows that make it not fun. You think I read? You think I'm capable of reading? I'm reviewing video games right now, and you think I'm capable of reading. That is adorable of you. Is 2.5 too harsh? Let's see how I feel. No, 2.5 is exactly where it should be. I would way rather play Halo than play that game. It is better than Shadow. That's the other deciding factor. I will say, like, you know, like exploring the new content was fun, and like figuring out how to fight the bosses and stuff. That's all fun, but like, I don't know. I've just played better games at this point. The game was great in 2014. It's just not that fun anymore. Is that, this page is filled? Almost. Well, we'll get to SMT5. Not liking the graphics style. I like the graphics. Okay, let's do one shot. So this is like a... Dear Lord, I hate counts. I wonder how many people that raid this game don't know there's a true ending. It's hard to talk about this game without spoiling it. It's an indie walking sim that's feelies. Music's pretty good. The story is like interesting. I didn't click with it, and maybe the best end would, but like I was not interested to replay the game for best end because you had to do some annoying stuff. Or not that the requirements were annoying, but replaying the game itself would be annoying. I think this is just a 3-star. I think it's just a video game and I'm having fun. I don't think it's better than that. Ever played a game in your life? Nope. Every time I talk about the like 3 games that I just didn't want to replay. Speaking of not replaying, we got this game. How do I feel about 3 stars? I feel good. 3 stars is good. I will say there are specific things that One Shot does that I do like a lot, but it's not enough. Yeah, I like it about as much as Doki Doki Literature Club. That's like the best comparison on this tier. That's about right. Okay, sorry, I was just reviewing everything, make sure it all aligns. We're doing a lot of that. What's on Lama Lana yet? I don't think so. Let's do all Ultra Moon. This one's pretty easy. That's just a fat 2 stars. I love Sun and Moon. I think Ultra Moon and Ultra Sun. Is this smoke alarm? Does it? Doesn't sound like smoke alarm to me. Okay, so if you haven't played Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, you should play it, first of all. But they do some really weird cuts to the story that, like, I literally can't even stomach anymore. Like, I literally was playing the game and I was just like, I got to the story cut part and I was like, I just don't want to do this. I don't want to do the rest of the game. Let me rephrase that. If you played Sun and Moon and you liked Sun and Moon, you should play Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Because despite the story cuts, this game has a really, really cool post-game episode that, like, makes it all worth it. But the fact is that you have to play the whole game to get there. And, like, I'm not gonna tell someone it gets good in the post-game. I would never tell someone that. Yeah, I don't want to talk about stories specifically, but they just cut so much stuff and, like, made tertiary characters up front and made the major characters in the back, and it was just very strange. And they just, like, shoehorned in some shitty DeviantArt OCs. This game does have a really funny required legendary encounter though. That Ultra Necrozma is, like, actually the funniest thing they ever demanded from 12-year-olds. That shit is funny as fuck. Is that yours? I thought I made that up. I don't know. I'm sure multiple people have said the same joke. Yeah, no. I'm also rating this as, like, an expansion, and, like, they just don't do enough, like, from the base game. They basically don't expand on it at all. They take away and then throw in a cool post-game episode. Which is why I'm ranking it as a 2. If I'm ranking it as, like, a complete standalone game and Sun and Moon don't exist, it's probably a 3. But because Sun and Moon exists, it's a 2. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, fuck you. Alright, let's do a fun one. Final Fantasy VI, that's a fun one. Oh my, what are these sprites? Ugh. What the fuck? I've seen something I've never unseen. Okay, I had a terrible experience with this game. I fucking hated the encounter rate. I hated the party splits. I hated the not optional content. I hated the end dungeon. But I liked the core of this game, but, like, I just had a really bad experience. It is really hard for me to judge this game fairly. I think for a game that came out in 1994, this game is fucking incredible. I think playing this game in 2021 made me want to tear my hair out with how shitty the encounter rate was. And there's just like, there is no formation variance. You're fighting the same 3 encounters through a whole dungeon. It's just awful. Anyways. Play Brave New World. Is that like, I mean, I guess I can ask CFB, not that I don't trust you, but like, is that just like they actually take all the shit out of all the stuff I don't like in the game and take it out? Because if so, I'm 100% down. But if there's party splits, I'm not interested. No, there's still random encounters, you won't like it. It's not the random encounters themselves I don't like, it's the lack of tools to deal with them. I'm walking through an area with like level 10 encounters, like why don't I just skip them? I don't mind random encounters as long as they're like appropriate. I think I scared my dog by talking too loudly. Okay, I mean, I'll check it out. Okay, anyways, this one's hard for me to rate. Like I said, like I just did not have a fun time playing this game. Like I think giving it 3 stars is too much. Like I'm having fun, it's a video game, is not appropriate. I 100% recognize all the cool shit this did and how cool this game would be if you played it if you were young. It's not as good as Shadow, it's not. It's not. I had more fun playing Shadow the Hedgehog in this game. Like I said, I 100% recognize all the like cool stuff this game does, especially for its time period and like the limited space they're working with and all that like technological cool stuff. But I just didn't have fun. I can't give it more than a 3 or 2.5. I liked it as much as Crosscode. I think 2.5 is perfect, actually. No, because I don't want to talk about anything related to Inscription, because you need to know as little about it as possible. Here, I'll do Inscription right now. Hey, remember when I was talking about Ghost Trick? Same thing here. Not as good as Ghost Trick, but it's good. The less you know about this game, the more you will enjoy it. That's all. That's literally all I can say about it. It's a card game, but even if you don't like card games, you'll like it. It's a card game that wants you to win. I will tell you that. Like you will not. You will eventually just win the game by default. Okay. What's some boring ones we can do? Islanders, just like a 3-star. It's a video game, having fun, sure. Just a really simple city builder that's just like more about being comfy. I know, right? I took a clip of a funny moment and then I was like, wait, I actually just can't. I don't want anyone who wants to play this game eventually to get spoiled on this little scene. It would just ruin everything. What's another boring one? This same thing, just whatever. It's basically just Islanders, but worse, but it's not 2.5 stars. What else is easy? Not a lot. Alright, let's talk about Sonic Colors. Slay the Spire 5 stars. I think Slay the Spire has a lot of issues. I think it's like a 3.5, 4-star game. We'll talk about it when we get there. So Sonic Colors, I mean, I think everyone has said the same thing, but the main problem with this game is that it has a gimmick, Wisp gimmicks, and there's only like two. I'm not listening to the song. There's only like 2 of them that are actually good. The rest of them are just like, who playtested this game and thought this would be fun? Like, if the Wisp gimmicks didn't exist, even the good ones, this game would be sick. Like, the presentation, the music, and like the swapping between 2.5 or 2D to 3D. Yeah, I think my opinion of this game is like pretty standard. Sonic minus the levels. I do want to play Generations eventually. But I mean, like, it's still like a fun Sonic game. Like, I did not enjoy my time, and I would like to play it again sometime, like a race with someone. But I think it's a pretty solid 3. The Persona stages, yes. Any other boring ones left? Green Factory, I talked about it earlier. It's fun. I ended up quitting in literally the same exact spot. I think this game is good. I think it's a little too video gamey. Like, it's really hard to compare to like Harvest Moon and stuff, because this game is way more video gamey. Like, there's just like stats for literally everything, not in like a convoluted way, but like there's a whole bunch of numbers on screen that you want to make go bigger instead of just grow crop and talk to villager. It's still very fun. There's a ton of stuff to do. It's very like flexible. There's no like timelines or like time limits or anything. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's worse than them or anything. Like, I had fun. I don't know why I dropped it. I was having fun, and then one day I just didn't pick it up again 2 times. Stardew tried this and failed. Oh, I need to add Stardew actually. Playing that recently. Where were we? I think I rated it already. Where did it go? I'll just do it this way. Yeah. I meant to give this more. I think it's like at least a 3.5. I think it does a lot of cool stuff. The story's at least like interesting. Cute Dragon, true. Why can't I date Dragon? This game has a potential to be a 4, or probably not more, but maybe more than a 4 if I played it longer. But like, I just like got distracted 2 times and never kept playing. The other main problem with this game is you can't be gay. There's no queer relationships in this game. You have to like beat the game so you can swap your character model or something, or just play a hacked version, or a hacked version. You can be queer in the 5th game though, so. But yeah, I have to play as a disgusting male character to date girls. Awful. Dog shit game. You can be gay, you're just closeted. That's a good point. I never thought about it that way. That's why it changes that you can't be in a queer relationship. Okay. I think let's get rid of what we were in. This game is cool. It's a very specific niche of like board game / like old video game aesthetic. I think it has a little bit of issues, but they're not really that bad. Like, they're not detrimental or anything. The music's really good. Just like the general presentation's good. I did play a bit of the update recently. It's either 3 or 3.5. I think it has enough in it to bump to 3.5, because it's just a very interesting video game. Like it's just interesting to play through and like figure out what you're supposed to do. Atmosphere. Yeah, like this is basically a 3-star game that gets carried by its aesthetic. So it gets 3.5. Yeah, you can be the swimmer and get a katana and actually just murder everything, and it's hilarious, and I love when that happens. I do enjoy the katana playthrough, as rare as it is. I also like the gun shooting mechanic. Makes you worse at shooting gun because your perception gets fucked. Yeah, I think 3.5 is good enough for this game. I think this game has a ton of potential. I do recommend this game if you like... the horror is just like a aesthetic thing. It's not like a focus of it. It's way more point and click / like turn-based strategy than it is horror-based. Ghost fights are cringe though. Yeah, it's just like if you like occult stuff, you're gonna like this game. Then there's just like fun. The actual like mechanical gameplay can get a little boring, but that's only after you've dumped in like 15 hours and have seen everything, which was me before the update. Damn, I want to peace out for a 1.5 years. I guess, you know, pandemic. Anyways, game's tight. Alright, let's do something fun. Amori. We'll talk about Amori. I love this video game. I think it has some really bad pacing issues that like are really detrimental to it. And I think CFP is feeling the brunt of those pacing issues. To talk as vaguely as I can about it, the game starts, it throws you a little teaser of like, oh, okay, this a lot more is going on here, and then you go back to normal gameplay, and then it sends you to this different area, and you're like, whoa, is like the rest of the game gonna take place here? This is crazy. This is so weird. Like, and you're like really into it, and you're like finding out more about the story and the characters, and then you're back to vanilla gameplay in this shitty fucking area that is really boring. And then you fight a really sick boss, and then it goes back to good stuff. But that shitty area and the like being teased all this cool stuff, and then you gotta go back to RPG gameplay is like really frustrating. That being said, this game does a ton of cool stuff, very inspired by like Humanity and stuff. It's fun to like kind of just like piece together parts of the world as you learn more about the characters. And like a lot of it is like the actual main story is like pretty much told to you, but like a lot of the stuff on the sidelines is not fed to you at all, and you kind of just like figure out bits and pieces of everyone through like random dialogue. Basically, it gives a lot of respect to the player for the most part. Yeah, they could have just been more fun. That's the main problem. But this is a 4-star game. It's a very good game. And then it has, you know, the expected crazy info dump at the end and the emotional ending. Yeah. If you like indie RPGs, you'll like this game. If you like, I mean, even like the mechanically, the game's pretty fun, but like the story and characters and music are definitely before the gameplay. Shoutouts to the chicken ball. Good old focused lunge. This game's really good though, but it is not without issues. It's a good 4-star, 100%. Dude, Headbutt is so good. I love Headbutt playthroughs, because not everyone gets Headbutts. It's part of a side quest. LCC. Did not complete extra stage. I got close enough to say I beat the game, but fuck you if you think I'm going through all that again. This guy pussied out. Me too, CFB. What are you gonna do, headbutt me? Aw, shit. It's interesting because this is like the 2004 one. Shut the fuck up, dude. Whatever. This game's really good. I still need to do like best end. This game has just a lot of charm to it, especially because it's literally just like some game someone made in 2004, and just like especially in that time era. It's like, oh, this is a really well polished game, just made by some dude. Just like, here you go. They got popular. Is it Friday? Yes. This game's fun. Music's really good. Presentation's good. The like gunplay is pretty fun. I don't have a lot to say about it, just like other than the story and characters are compelling. Especially if you just consider the like circumstances around this game's release. Yeah, like a lot of what makes this game is so good is what's around it and the multiplayer mod. Okay, that sounds really fun. I actually do plan on doing that game's best end at some point. All right. No, we gotta save Super Mario 64 for later. That one's really funny. The Garo Garo Blaster. Alright, Sonic Adventure 2. This game is 3 stars, and then you add on Chow Garden, I think it's 3.5, maybe 4. I think this game's really fun. I think mech stages suck, and I think Dark Story sucks, because there's only 4 Shadow stages. But all the, like, Sonic and Shadow levels are really fun. Mech levels aren't terrible, but they're just not very interesting. I actually like the treasure maps a lot. I think they're fun in their own way. And then, of course, Chow Garden, like, just revolutionized how fun the game could be. Yeah, and the OST is really, really good, of course. I genuinely, like, enjoy the treasure hunt games. Like, I enjoyed playing them as a kid because, like, all the levels felt way bigger because, you know, you just didn't know how to, like, move your fucking dude, so... And then, like, they're kind of fun to just run through now. Except for, like, Death Chamber, I don't really like that one. Just really boring. Mat Space and Meteor Herd are, like, fun to maneuver, even if the pieces can be really bad spawns. Yeah, I don't think this game does enough to get 4 stars, so I think it's a pretty good 3.5. Death Chamber, Death Chamber, Death Chamber, Death Chamber. When it's Sonic Adventure 1, I was gonna race that with Bananas when she said when she gets her, like, housing situation resolved, and then I think she's just been, you know, really busy, probably, so I'll probably just play it sometime. Yeah, I like this game a lot. I dumped, I don't know, probably 1,000 hours in this game just from growing up with it on the GameCube. But it's hard for me to rank it higher than that on an objective scale. I really hope there's at least one person that clicked on the stream, saw Final Fantasy VI at 2.5 stars and left. I really hope so. Alright, Risk of Rain 2. Oh, you can do Toho as well. That one's not that interesting. I think this game's just a 4-star. I think it's really good and really fun. I think not so much as like Binding of Isaac, but like nursing a bad run in this game is not very fun if you just get crap items. Like, it's pretty unlikely at this point because there's a lot of flexibility, but like if you get bad items, it just feels so bad. Yeah, I mean, like, but then printers, it's like I said, there is flexibility, but sometimes you just get bad printers too. It's pretty rare that you have an actually just bad items, like 100%, but I think this game is a pretty solid 4-star. I think there's like slight issues in that I don't think there's enough randomization between the stages. Like, there's enough variety. It doesn't need to be that varied, but like I played this game through early access and played it for a bit, and after it like fully released, and I only like come back to it every now and then. So there's probably at this point there's like a couple like secret stuff I don't even know about, but it's just a really fun game. Yeah, I like this game like basically as much as Abe Escape, so 4 stars seems adequate. Any other boring stuff I can pick up? Toho, I said that. Oh, and Stardew. There's a lot of 5 stars. There's probably like, what, 27 people? Yeah. I wish oil was real. Thank you, Battler. Completed on Windows PC, 4 likes. Shoutouts to Battler. If you've never played Toho, this is not a normal Toho game. It's a side game, so it's like a weird... It's almost like a fighting game, but it's not at all. It's its own thing. You have to like dodge bullets. Basically, like every time you input a move or a jump, you get iframes, and the goal of the game is to basically chain your iframes to hit the boss while dodging bullets, and then like landing in a spot where there isn't hitboxes to like recharge. It's very fun once you get used to it, but some of the characters are just fucking dog shit and suck ass. And then there's Marasa, which is the coolest character in the game, any video game ever, and is super fun to control. And then there's Marissa, which just feels like a toilet paper. It seems very fun though. I give it like, it's very creative. Like, there's enough creativity to push it forward out of that like 3-star threshold. You know exactly what they're gonna be. Top 5. Oh, and Flan is very fun as well, but power to unlock. Well, actually, basically all the characters are fun except for Marissa. Kaneko is fun, but she's kind of brain dead once you like figure out her bullshit. You're like, oh, this move chunks everyone. It has a giant hitbox. I think I'm going to spam this move and just win the game. But she's pretty fun until you figure that out. The music's really good in this game. Actually, I want to listen to my favorite track from that game. So 17, Sea of Petroleum. Yay! This game's cool. I like, if you're interested in Toho characters but don't like the if you don't like shoot 'em ups, I would super recommend this game just to like play around as the characters and see their interactions. It's fun. I think the English patch is getting worked on. They have like the really basic stuff translated. Or no, they have like the dialogue translated. They don't have the endings translated yet, I don't think. It's been a while though, I haven't checked the update. Yeah, Koga 16 is real good. It's better than her original. That's very rare for me to think a remix is better than the original. Incredibly rare. Alright, Kirby 64, game fucking sucks. It's a 1 star, I hated it. Just kidding. I didn't really play this game enough to like give it a proper rank. But I mean like it's a Kirby game, it's fun. I didn't even like I clearly got the not good ends. I didn't get enough star chips or whatever. Gotta go duel some more people. But I mean this game's fun, combining abilities is really cool, music's comfy. It's a Kirby game, man. Like saying it's a Kirby game is like establishing the same thing as it's a Pokemon game, but it's a Kirby game is better by default. Turn to a fridge, easy 5 out of 5. That's a good point. I'm just gonna leave it at 4 for now. I'll probably drop it, but actually let me look at it right now. Yeah, maybe. I do want to play Kirby more than Halo, and more than Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and pretty much all these other 3.5 stars. But I do want to play Toho more. I think I'd move Toho up. That's 1000% biased, and I don't give a fuck. This is moving up a bit. Don't care. Is Kirby really? Yeah, I think it is. We'll come back to it. What other boring ones do we have left? Stardew Valley's boring. It's good enough. I give it 3 stars. This game has a very bad issue where you don't have a lot of time per day. Dark Souls 2, I didn't play that this year. It's like a 2-star game. Oh, the Dark Souls 2. They like, it's very weird because it's very much like you need to have automation if you want to fully utilize your day. And it's just like, I don't want to do that because that would ruin the fun of the game for me, which is watering plants and being cathartic. I'm playing this with a friend on co-op, just like once or twice a week. So it's a little different because we have 2 people, so it's way more efficient. But like, I can't imagine dealing with some of the crop fields we were having with only 1 person, like without automation. It's just not possible. Also, the mines suck. Like, the mines are like genuinely stressful, and that just like is miserable. Like, I just have a shitty weapon. What am I supposed to do? I feel like this is, I think we were talking about during Rune Factory 4. This game is a little too video gamey in the bad way, when Rune Factory 4 is video gamey in the good way. I hope that makes any amount of sense. Like, Rune Factory 4 is fully embellishing. Yeah, we have stats for eating food. All video games are bad. When I refer to something as video gamey, I generally mean like, I think it'd be better to try an example. What's a game that a lot of people play or at least know of? that's kind of a good way to put it. Basically, like, increasing gamer, like, as in the person playing the game, like, interaction for no reason. Like, the very silly version would be press F to pay respects. Like, that's so fucking video gamey. Why would you ever do that? Like, this is a fucking cutscene. But like, for this game, like, it's like they basically have a very short time limit to encourage you. I think they encourage you to be really efficient, and then like, but it just comes off as like, oh my god, I watered my plants, it's 2 p.m, I don't have any time left, I want to go fish later, and it's like stressful and it's not fun. And the problem is it's all in real time. When like in Persona, when like you don't really stress about it as much, but like when there's a whole bunch of time management in Persona, it's way more interesting because you like, okay, I get to sit down and like plan out my week. Like, okay, I'm gonna go club this week, and then oh, it's Sunday tomorrow, so I'm gonna go get the drink at the station or whatever. I don't know. I'm fucking massive side tangent. This game's fun though. It's 3 stars. Doesn't deserve it anymore. It's not the best farming game I played, but it's good. Plant nothing and go do things. Well, we're making a fully automated farm because we're on year 2, and I'm like, okay, we have enough resources to just make a bunch of sprinklers. I'm just gonna place a bunch, and we'll just plant the ones that just like grow all season, so you don't have to replant. Anyways. Okay, let's listen to Totetsu's theme. This is not Totetsu's theme. No, not this one. Well, this one is good. This one. This is not Totetsu's theme, but I want to listen to it. Sorry. Okay. Do we have any other boring stuff left before we do fun stuff? I don't think so. Oh, Slice. This is a pretty solid 4-star. Does a lot of fun things. Nursing a bad run is not fun. Getting better at the game is fun, and not getting stuck in what you think is a bad run and understanding how to make it not a bad run is very fun. I also think this game takes a long time to get good at, though, without watching other people. Yes, I can. But, I mean, this is like, what, this is like basically the first roguelike deck building game. It's very good. Very fun. Silent sucks dick. Never play the Silent, garbage fucking character. I hate the Silent so much. Yeah, like, I genuinely think like the first, like, you know, like, for a couple hours of this game was like fun because you're just like learning the system and you're unlocking stuff, but then like once you're actually like at a point where you're like, okay, I've unlocked everything, how do I win? And then you're like, what's a good card, what's a bad card? It can be very difficult. And then you play the Silent and your deck just fucking sucks, and then you try to add cool cards to your deck and they're all terrible and you want to scream. Just play the Iron Chad. I think that's why everyone always, like, people who are new to play Spyro love the defect. It's because the defect is so, like, it's very cut and dry what is good. It's like, oh hey, I get orb, it does thing automatically, and make me happy. Yeah, the main thing for Slay the Spire is understanding, unless you get rid of Pyramid or something, your goal is to make your draw as good as it can be, which generally means putting a bunch of shit in your deck. Yo, Watcher's like brain dead. Well, I'm not gonna say brain dead, but she's really fucking good. It's really hard to have a bad deck with her, but she does require skill to pilot. Iron Chat's super fun. I could talk about Spyro for a long time. I have like 700 hours in the game. Yeah, the main thing with like the main learning curve for Slay the Spire, like I know it's like super tempting to like take strikes out of your deck, but like usually your money's better spent elsewhere. Like I almost never take strikes out of my deck anymore, unless it's like I'm in Act 2 and I have like 15, or like not 15, but like less than 20 cards. Then I'll like consider taking strikes out, but even then sometimes I don't, because I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get the vampire event and I want that to be good. Whatever. Anyways, game has a huge learning curve and I think it's very fun to master. And even like just mastering Ascension 0 and 1 is like totally enough. Like you don't have to do the other Ascensions. That shit gets hard. You don't know what you're doing. Anyways, Slay Spire. That's a fun game. Alright, Statue's theme. Okay. Let's do... Oh, Career Ride. Sorry. Well, we'll do one fun one. We'll do Earthbound. I would love to rank this game very high. I don't think I can. Well, if we're ranking Earthbound, we're gonna throw on shut up. Wait, we had Animal Crossing up this whole time. I forgot about it. Let's just listen to Animal Crossing. Never mind. Instead of this like intense Totetsu thing. This game is the like. The first 3 hours are like generally. Yeah, the Nocturne level compression. Like, I know a lot of people meme about it gets better later on, but like this game gets. I don't know if you can hear my stepdad's yelling at the football. The first like 4 hours of this game are so fucking bad. It's just not fun. Like, there's a couple good tunes, and that's it. That was just misery. And then you get a party member and it's kind of fun, and then you get another one. Well, then you go solo as Jeff for a bit. That's not too bad, but so basically like the first 4 hours suck, and then you have fun for a bit, and then there's another section where they take away pure party members again and it sucks. And then there's the monkey area, which is not fun. That one's just, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's not that, it's very annoying. And then the rest of the game is just really good though, especially for its like time. Like that's 100% a considerance for Earthbound. This game is also, it's one of those, so like, Mom 3 is about the characters in the game. Earthbound is like way more about you, the player. And like, I think it does that very well. Like, obviously, like, the characters do stuff, but that's not the focus of the game at all, like, characters developing. This game has some really bad lows. But I think all the highs make up for it, but like, encouraging someone to get past the first 4 hours is difficult. I think I give it a 4. I think it's a 4. Yeah, I think so. I wish I could give it more. I really do. But I think this game has a lot of issues that are... that... The problem is it's not even like, oh, the first 4 hours sucks and then it's really good. The problem is the first 4 hours suck and then it's okay. And then it sucks again when you go to the shop and you're in the fucking department store and you don't have Paula and you fight really annoying enemies. And then you get your party members back and then Pooh shows up like 10 hours later. And then finally you get to play a game with 4 party members and have options and you play around with the ticker health system. And like obviously there's the whole like, I'm talking just pure mechanics, there's the whole like quirky and then like the fun OST and all just the little gags and fun stuff in between, which like totally makes the game and is the reason that the game is what it is. But it's still a video game and it has to be at least fun to play when you get to the mechanical parts. But that's okay, because Mom 3 just fixes literally everything and is probably the best video game ever made and probably will ever be made. So... sorry, Earthbound, but you're on the 4-star team. We're gonna have to make some cuts. There's too many 4 stars. I'm sorry, y'all. Metroid Prime might be getting cut to 4.5 too. No, I can't do Prime. There's nothing wrong with Prime. I can't get like I can't name like an actual bad thing about Prime. I really can't. Artifacts are dope. I think the artifacts are really fun. Boss fights are boring. That's actually pretty true. We'll come back to it. I want to get everything on the board, and then we can talk about it. All right, Kirby Air Ride. I love this game. I don't think I can give it more than 3 stars. Like, literally the only reason I even play this game anymore is because of City Trial. Like, I don't even know what the other mode's function is. Like, is City Trial alone enough for 3.5 stars? I don't think so, because you have to play the other modes in City Trial sometimes. Like, getting the single lap race in City Trial is stupid. Like, no one wants that. Give me the dumb mini games. That one person is clearly favored going to win. No, this is a 3.5. Seems very fun. If you can't tell, my voice is dying. Thanks for hanging out, y'all, by the way. I had no idea how the stream was gonna go, but I'm having a lot of fun doing it. I hope you are too. Yeah, I think this is a 3.5. Okay, only fun stuff left. We got Rido. Actually, that one, I mean, that's fun for me, but I don't think most people even know what this is. This is probably the penultimate 3.5 star game on the list. This game is super goofy, really fun. The, like, characters and story are, like, fun to do. The combat's not terrible, but God, the encounter rate is just awful. Estoma exists, thankfully, but it's still not enough. But you also get a car demon. It's just one of those games that just suffers from random encounters. Like, this would probably be 4, maybe 4.5 if the random encounters weren't fucking awful. You get a car demon, you fight a literal giant boat with a sword at the end of the game. That's not even a spoiler, by the way. It's just something that happens. Like, this game just doesn't give a shit about how ridiculous it is, and it's so good. Yeah, I think I would love to give this game more, but I just can't. Also, the early game's not that interesting. It's a little slow. Especially Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is not very good. But, like, it's fun to just, like, you, like... If you don't know how the game works, basically, you recruit demons, and, like, the battles are, like, action RPG, like... And then you use your demon's abilities on the field to, like, solve puzzles. They're not really puzzles, but they're, like, basically, like, navigate a room. So, like, you'll have your... Like, I had my Moshavu, she flew across the river so she could open a door from behind that I couldn't get to. Stuff like that. Very fun. And the setting is great. It's really good. Early 1900s Japan, it's very interesting. Also in the bath scene, there's a scene where you're in a bath and you beat up some Yakuza and you're wearing your hat the whole time, even though you're naked. That's good. That's also because Raito doesn't have a head. His hat is like sculpted onto his head. So if you take the hat off, there's nothing there. Just thought you'd like to know. Okay, yeah. Let's start with La Mulana. I really did not like this game when I played it. And the more it aged in my brain, the more I liked it. Which makes no fucking sense at all. It really doesn't. I'm telling you right now, I was not having fun. It was a video game. God, this one, I've been putting this one off because I don't know what to rank it. Like, this game is so beautiful in so many areas and just throws it all in the dumpster elsewhere. They expect just so much out of you. Like, there's respecting your player and there's giving your player the middle finger and says, good luck, kid. They took the middle finger route for most of the game. If the puzzle, like, so this game has a couple of really cool puzzles and then just a ton of dog shit ones. If I'm looking at this purely on how much fun I'm having and how, like, enjoyable my experience was, and considering the circumstances, like, understanding it's emulating a shitty MSX game, the most I can give it is like a 3. If I'm looking at it as like a concept of a game where they just kind of throw you in and they like you are expected to just meticulously take down notes, study them, and figure out the mystery of the ruins, that's really cool. The problem is that game doesn't really tell you to do that. They just kind of expect you to. It does what it wants to do very well, 100%. The problem is that enjoyable? So for me specifically, like, I quit on Gate of Illusion, or yeah, Gate of Illusion. Like, that was just not fun, and I don't think it's fun for anyone. It's like hilarious now looking back on it. Search on a bend a knee, dumbass. But like, the fucking stupid what upset me the most is I did the correct solution for the wise man puzzle, but because it's the remake, they just decided to change it to something that makes no sense. I'm still upset about that. Which, the fact that I'm still upset about that means that the game is working properly. Which, like, how do you even rate something like that? This thing is designed to piss me off. So if you don't know, I love Lomel 2. Lomel 2, I love that game. This game is question marks. That's the other thing, Sam. We'll talk about that at Lomel 2. Oh, I know. I'm not gonna like give this a 4 out of 5 or anything weird, but I'm trying to think of like, do I give it like a 2 or a 3? The way a couple people have asked me like, I watched a couple of your llama streams, looked interesting. How should I get into it? And I tell them for llama 1, I tell them play the game for like 10 hours. It's really fun, and then like you're gonna get stuck at a point, and do not give in to the temptation of, oh, I'll figure it out. Just open the Steam hint guide and look at a couple hints, and then you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I get it now. Just do that whenever you get stuck, because being stuck in this game is fucking miserable. Because the way the game works is you don't know where the answer is. So like if I'm stuck in a puzzle room on Legend of Zelda, I'm like, okay, well, it's either this room or at least it's in this temple somewhere. Like it's in this dungeon somewhere. In Lommel, it's like, I don't know if there's a switch I missed in Gate of Guidance behind a statue that I never got to unlock this door. The game is, the scope of it is so large, and the way it presents some puzzles to you makes you think that some of the puzzles are much grander than they really are. The obvious one being the stupid fucking, the Lamp of Time refill being the same as the Never motherfucking Sky Disc. But there's like tons of stuff like that all over. Where you can be Bass and end up in a secret teleport to an area he's not supposed to be in, and having no idea if he's supposed to be here or not. I'm also gonna talk about that in Llama too, but this game is like, is literally designed for you to work with other people to figure it out. Because like I said, it's emulating a shitty MSX game. I can't believe no one just like, hey Bass, like you're literally like, you took a secret teleport, like just load an old save. I can't believe no one told you that. That is so mean. I understand why no one did, because it's a very like, keeping the, yeah, keeping the delicacy of no hints, or not delicacy, being strict on rules is basically what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Sanctity, thank you. What's the thing? Like, I'm a mostly no hint. I prefer my streams no hints, but like, if someone's like, hey, can I tell you something? It'll really help out. And I'm almost always like, yes, please tell me, because like, there's a lot of times when you're playing older games, it's just like, oh, you press the square button in Persona 5, and you can tell if someone wants to hang out or not. You know, just dumb shit like that. Or press L2 in Rhino to teleport your demon to you. Anyways, I'm giving this game 3 stars because I did enjoy it more than Crosscode and like a couple other 2.5 star games, but I really can't give it any more than this. All the really cool things in that this game does. All the really cool things that this game does. Is that what I said? I think I already said that. Is completely overshadowed by all the shit you have to wade through. And it feels even worse that, like, it's literally intentional. It is intentional for you to just be pissed off at Gate of Illusion and be pissed off at Chambler. That's Llama. Anyways, the best part about La Mulana is all the super fans of La Mulana literally never recommend the game to anyone because they know how dog shit it is. That's my favorite part about La Mulana. Okay, that was a lot of words. Lommel 2. Yeah, that's more appropriate. So, all that shit I said about Lommel 1, where it has like pretty cool puzzles, some stuff that like is very large in scope and requires you to like really piece together things. Imagine all of that without any of the bullshit in between. There was like maybe 2 things in the game that I very much disliked. Actually, there's only one that I didn't like. There's one other thing that it just took me in CFB longer to figure out than I would have thought. Yeah, there's a little bit, but there's not much. The other thing with this game that made me enjoy it so much more is I played it co-op with CFB, and like the amount of like dumb crap that either one of us would have gotten stuck on, just like, oh, you can blow up this rock, or oh, this wall you can walk through. The amount of like dumb crap like that people just get stuck on, and their entire playthrough is just waiting for you to do that because it's the only thing you can do to progress. That just like never happened on co-op because all that tiny stuff when there's two people playing, someone gets it. There's like maybe one or two things that we missed in that regard. And then like for the bigger puzzles, having two brains at once obviously makes it way more interesting. Like, oh, what if we try this for the Dark Star Lord stuff? Way more fun. This game also does a much better job of keeping puzzles contained. So in Llama 1, a lot of the puzzles are contained, but they don't, and what I mean by contained is that like the solution is close. Like, okay, there's an obstacle in my way. Usually it is around, but there is no indicator of that. In this game, it is much more clear. Okay, I need to do this thing here. What I need to do is probably in this area. Or at least adjacent to this area. Not true 100% of the time. The game is much more clear about when it would be. Basically, they took a lot of the middle fingers out of the game and actually tried to make a good game, and it worked pretty well. There's really like I said, there's really only like one puzzle that I didn't like, just because I thought it was a little too obscure. But other than that, I think this game is really good. Which one? Dragon bites the colossal, or the dragon bites the monster's jaw, or whatever that is. Oh yeah, the OC in both games are really fucking good. Like the first game especially would just be dog shit if the OST wasn't good. Yeah, the the one in Brahma. 1.0, I'm good. The supercomputer. Now that I understand the colossal dragon, I like it, but I think it could have been slightly more clear. But that's for another time. Anyways, I give this game a 4.5. Very, 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 very small issues that prevent it from 5, but it's Kino. Yeah, basically, Sam. Yeah, 4.5 is good. I don't think it's quite 5, just because of... Well, actually, we'll think about it. But yeah, we have more games to do. All right, do a little mellower one. Yeah, it's not a 5 if you played it solo. Like, it'd be awful. It's kind of hard to talk about this game without spoiling it. The one thing I will say that I think is interesting as a hook, without really spoiling much, is this is a video game where you effectively play as the bad guy. That's not really true, but you effectively play as a villain. And that's very fun. It's done very well. Because that's not exactly true, but it is like a hook I could tell someone. The battle system's really good. The presentation and characters and dialogue are very interesting. It's pretty fast-paced. Definitely recommend trying one. The plot of Dragon Guard 3. That is not exactly true. That is funny though. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm not quite sure if it's 4 stars. I'm gonna put 4 stars for now. This is very recency bias. We'll see. All right, Rap Ruby's still here. This game is a very solid 4. Maybe 4.5. I really like this game, but I understand. I think there are like maybe a couple. Oh, I'm getting influenced by people. Maybe 4.5 is better. I really like this game. I think the like exploration aspect of the Metroidvania part is a bit, I don't know if lacking, but it's not as interesting. Like, obviously, the main reason you play this game is for the boss battles. Boss battles are very fun. If you don't know this game, it's like a platformy Metroidvania, and the boss battles are like bullet hells, but you're like still platforming. And has pretty good art. The pixel, like the actual like in-game stuff is cute, like the pixel art, and then like the game has art for all the characters. It's very anime, very, very anime. Yeah, like the exploration Metroidvania part isn't like super good, but all the boss battles are really kick-ass. And once you get good at the game, you can like really bust it open. Like if you ever watch a speedrun of the game and people just like fucking stun lock a boss, which is really, really hard to do. Like seeing people do that is just like holy moly. I don't think I can give more than 4 stars though. Just like, it's really good at what it does, but it's not like spectacular. And I think there's some like lukewarm areas that could have used more love. I do recommend the game, just like if you like Metroidvanias. They're pretty fun, if you can get past the anime, which for many people is a bad part. Okay. Dark Souls. My opinion of this game has drastically decreased over the years. What I'd initially thought as fun and interesting like design is I've changed my opinion on. So the main problem with Dark Souls is I say this because I have seen multiple people do it. They start as like the knight or something, or someone in heavy armor, and they literally never find out there isn't medium or light roll, because they're always just like, oh, I'm just gonna wear the best armor I have, which is always heavy. So they just play the whole game fat rolling. And this is like, oh my god, this game fucking sucks if you're playing it fat rolling. So like basically just like very unclear mechanics. And which is fine if they're not detrimental to your playthrough, like in a Saga game. But like the other, yeah, the other. So basically, what happened with this game? I was like, I'm gonna go up Dark Souls. I haven't played it in a while. I was playing it and it was like kind of fun, just like running through all the areas as most people do. And I was doing like soul level 1, so I leveled up all my pyromancy, and then I go fight ONS, and ONS is always fun. And then I beat ONS, and I was just like, I don't want to play this game ever again. Like, I don't want to walk to the next boss. And I figured out my main issue with this game is that most of the areas are not very fun to explore. First time through, I think it's fine because you're kind of just like absorbed in the world. But like, walking around this game is just, it is not that fun anymore. Like most of the boss battles are great. I 100% acknowledge that. Like, that's the thing. It's like whenever people replay this game, they're like, "Oh, I love Dark Souls," and then they just run through all the areas to go to do a boss rush, basically. And it's just like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, wow, this game kind of, I mean, it's still a great game and it's pretty fun, and I would recommend it to people, but like, I think there's just better games at this point. People gotta stop fucking praising this so much. I think I'm just, yes, very influential. And I definitely recognize that. Like I said, like, just considering it came out in 2011 and like how much it revolutionized how people. Part of the problem is like, meow, how people fetishize this game to like an unhealthy degree. Like, it's a pretty good game, but like, it's not this end all be all thing. It's just the first game you played that like challenged you. I still think the game is great, but I think there's a lot of issues with it. A lot of the like early on, the exploration's fun when you're like figuring out the game, but like just right around ONS after that, and you have to go all to the 4 areas. It's just like, I don't want to go through these areas. I just want to go fight bosses. And I think when you're first playing, you don't really realize that is the thing. It's just like, these places are miserable for the sake of being miserable, and that's just not fun. I think it's a little better than La Milana though, so I'll give it 3.5. Keep in mind, this is like me playing the game for 400 hours. Just playing it again in 2021, I'm like, I don't know, I'm not super into it. Oh shit, you're right. Alright, never mind. 3 stars. Can't be better than Shadow the Hedgehog or Saga 6. That's my bad. Alright. I don't know why I put off this game for so long, but this game was tight. I don't think this game is aged at all. It did not feel like I was playing an RPG from 1996. The game is just really fucking good. The best part is Gino is the worst party member you get. Gino is so fucking bad. All he does is just die. He has no defense. Like, I was using Mallow more than him, because Mallow had an AoE that didn't suck ass, and he didn't die from a single magic spell. I don't know if this is a 4 or 4.5. I'm like tempted to just put 4.5, because this game is like pretty old, and it just aged so well. Anytime I use Gino, I was like, this character sucks. How does anyone like this guy? Like, he's a cool character in concept, but like, usually people like a character like that because of their mechanics, but Gino just fucking dog shit. I did use that on my blind play, quote unquote. Where's my tab? There it is. I'm 4 stars, I think. Might be a bit more. I think 4 stars is minimum. Might be 4.5. I really did enjoy this game. If I had played this game when I was younger, like, I would have loved it. The only issue I really have with this game is the, like, a couple of the bosses are just like really stupid. Like, oh, you don't null this status ailment that you didn't know existed, and you don't know that your equipment nulls it? Well, here you go. Have fun. No, that's why I'm like, when I look at the other games, we'll decide. Okay, Everhood. This was easily my least favorite, or biggest disappointment. 100 just easiest wasted potential game in my life. This This fucking video game, dude. It's so just... This came out on my birthday? Damn. Straight People's Amori. That's really funny, actually. That's like, that's fucking hilarious. Holy shit, that's so funny. So the problem with this game is that it's very, very blatant how, like, you can have something as an inspiration, of course. That's totally fine. But it does not drift enough away from its Undertale inspiration. And I'm pretty okay with spoiling the, like, main mechanic of this game. Basically, this game does a killer spare mechanic, but the right quote-unquote answer is kill, and they do it so bad. It is atrocious how bad they do it. There's even, like, a super boss where if you choose to spare everyone, like, and then say, like, as if it's supposed to be Sans. It was just, oh my god, it was so disgusting. The way they handle, like, mass genociding these people as a good thing was just not good. Not good at all. There was an attempt. The potential is there. I will say, though, the music in this game and the gameplay were fucking sick. The gameplay is basically like, it's not quite a rhythm game because you are dodging outside of the rhythm, but basically bullets come at you in a rhythm and you have to dodge against that. Damn, that's funny. I'm kind of feeling this one. Straight up, like, the gameplay is pretty fun, but like once you get to the point where it's like, okay, time to kill people, and that's the good thing, it's just like, I don't feel comfortable. I'd rather go play Virgo, or smiting people is fun. Yeah, this is easily the most disappointing game I played this year. It was very sad, especially because the beginning is very strong. It just crumbles instantly as soon as they try to do their gimmick. Yeah, go play off if you want to go just purify people. All right, Super Mario 64. I did not enjoy myself playing this game this year. I did not have fun playing this game. I recognize it is a much better constructed game than like Super Mario Sunshine, but wow, this game was not fun. The camera is like not great, but that's fine. The main problem is controlling Mario is you push one direction and Mario goes the other. If that happens in a platformer, I'm not playing your game. That shit pissed me off so much. I push left and Mario goes right. That's not like a controller input. That's just how the game works. It's like stupid turnaround animations. That be saying, you know, like Sunshine, there's tons of good like movement options and stuff, and like getting good at the game is fun, but I did not. Hauntingly melancholic. That's why you said that. This game was fantastic in 1996. I just don't think it's very fun in 2021. I also fully recognize I was playing on an emulator and using not an N64 controller, which to some people means I didn't play it right, but I 100%, you know, recognize this game as, you know, I enjoyed it when I played it when I was 5 years old at my friend's house in 2001 or whatever, but it's just, it's not fun. I cannot say I was having fun playing this video game. Backwards long jumping was fun though. 2.5. I don't like doing this. I really don't. But like this, I just did not have fun. I can't give it more than 2.5. I really can't. Doki Doki Literature Club's a better game than Super Mario 64. Just want you all to know that. It's nice fucking showing off the... Anyways, wow, this game is really good, and then you get to the ending, and it fucking is just dog shit. And I don't even mean that in, like, SMT bad, like, weird ends, or, like, not good storytelling. It's just, it's so bad. I don't think they finished the game. It's so bad. But the 99% leading up to the ending is really, really good. It's really good. There is so much good shit in this game. Like, the main mechanical issue of this game is level difference, but you almost never notice level difference as a thing because the game keeps you on level so easily. Like, it keeps you on its level curve with almost no issues. Like, I fought almost no random encounters in that game and just fought a couple metal slimes, did a couple quests, and I was always on level curve. There's like one part later in the game where you're like thrown into an area, and like if you just run straight to the boss, you're like 12 levels under, and but like the whole point of that area is for you to like branch out and explore and then fight the bosses. I cannot give this game anything more than like a 4.5. It's so good, and then it just disintegrates in the end. It's such a bummer. It is such a bummer. I love this game though. It is super fun. I'm very excited to play more of it. I will say replaying it is like a little tedious because level difference stuff, so it's like harder to like scrape by, but this game takes like all of like the good features of the other games and like kind of puts them together. You have like chosen inheritance, but it's much more limited in what you can do with it. They have the essences from Strange Journey. They have the TMS UI, which is actually really good and clean. They have the affinity system from SMT4A. And they have the Nocturne World. I also grinded Orochi with White Rider for a bit, but I think you can just like fight a couple random encounters. It doesn't take that long. Me too, Gianni. I was like, the game just ended. Oh my god, I was a heated gamer. Almost had a heated gaming moment. Yeah. Okay, that's all the games. Now we get to correct them. First correction. No. 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 I'm not putting Final Fantasy X below Battlefield 20 or above it. No. Okay. From the top. Katamari, yeah. Katamari is the most definitive 5 out of 5. There is nothing wrong with... we talked about it earlier. There's nothing wrong with that game. There is no reason not to play Katamari. I recommend Nocturne to almost everyone. If you like really dislike JRPGs, then you're probably just not gonna like it because you say you dislike JRPGs so much. But very good game. To be clear, the PC version is fine. It's just it's such a terrible remaster. I ranked it low. I just put all the games I played this year. I listed this specifically because just this year, like, my opinion of Dark Souls has gone down a lot, and I kind of want to just put it up. Ghost Trick, easy 5 out of 5 game. The more I talk about it, the less enjoyable it will be for you. You should just play it. It's very comfy, 12 hours. There's like no filler or anything. It's just non-stop good stuff. Prime. Why? I don't want to say it all again, but I think that I'm saying this from someone who's played the game a lot of times. I think just basically the game's lack of mechanical explanations, and it's just more detrimental to the player than interesting. And walking to bosses is not fun. Like, a lot of the areas are just not fun to walk through. It's less noticeable in your first play, but afterwards it's very noticeable. That's why, like, why do you think everyone just runs to the next boss? This is not fun to fight the people in the way. Anyways. Prime, I kind of want to move down still. I am. I'm sorry, Prime. I am. It's a 4.5. It's not quite there. I think the main thing was the boss battles. I like kind of forgot about the boss battles sucking, but yeah, the boss battles are just not interesting. Except for Ridley. Not a prime number, shit. Melee is probably the greatest game ever made, so that's an easy 5. TARDIS is sick. TARDIS is neat. Whoever that is, I think that's The Rock. Investigations 2, yeah, that's a 4.5, easy. Just really insanely good build up and execution and like perfectly knit together cases. I do think the like mastermind is a bit silly, and the fact that you have to play a bunch of games before it to even play it is like oddly detrimental to it. But even then, like, even if it's just its own standalone thing, I don't think it's quite 5 stars. I don't think it's a must play. Saga Scarglass is just Ambitions is just really fucking good. It's a really good game if you like JRPGs. Description, a little snail paced sometimes. Not quite 5 stars, but I do think most people should play it. Like I said, the less you know about the game, the better. All you need to know is that you should play it. Yeah. Llama 2, we talked about it. It's Llama 1, but it's a good game. And like Llama 1 has so much good shit in it that they made it a good game. So not quite 5 stars. I don't think everyone should play it, mostly because you have to play Llama 1 as well. But like, you can't play Llama 2 without playing Llama 1. Skip Investigations 1. SMT5 we just talked about. The game's got a couple issues, the most pressing one just being the absolutely unfinished ending. Like, even story-wise, I'm not even like that upset. It was just like there was no cool bosses, no climactic encounter. I just fucking steamrolled with some like spongy cushions and they died. Prime's almost there, just a couple of not as fun parts. Mario Kart 8, yeah, 4 stars is good for that. And a boss song. I don't even think I heard it. Chill lo-fi beats. Mario Kart 8's just 4 stars, easy. Ape Escape is still my most questionable 4-star that I am not going to move. The game is just so much fun. Hades is good. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it's still really good. Very, very good game. Paper Mario, I did say I would do Kart after this, which I still will do, but I need to take a break. My voice is very raspy. I want to move Final Fantasy V down. I did? Well, it's in my title. I'm not going to lie in my title. I think I'd rather play most of these other games than Final Fantasy V. Is SMRPG more fun? Ooh, that's a good point. I need to get rid of some of these 4 stars, man. I think there's too many. No. Ark's all about shitting on FF5. You know what? I am moving it down. I am. Yeah. I love this game, but I don't think it has enough in it. Listen, a Final Fantasy game at 3.5 stars from me? That means it's a good game. Just throwing that one out there. Pokemon Sun. I want to move it down. Would I rather play Pokemon Sun? Would I rather play it than these 3.5 stars? Yes. Yes, I would. Oh no, is 4-star really the best? No way. I would really rather play Pokemon Sun than these other 3.5 stars. Would I rather play Pokemon Sun than these 4 stars? Or are they about the same? They're about the same. Okay, I guess 4 stars is where Pokemon Sun belongs. I don't know why I don't think it does. It's more treating it just as a general thing. I'm not including like rando because I don't think that's, even though I played it as rando, it's just more of a general posting. Like the Final Fantasy VI, I played a mod of it, but it was, I mean, it's still basically the same thing. There's just a numbers update to like FF7 stuff. Does 999 deserve to be in 4? Oh, not, I mean, not deserve. Is 999 a 4-star? Do I like it more than the 3.5 stars? Yeah. Do I like it less than the 4.5 stars? Yeah. Okay. I guess that's where it deserves to be. Deserves to be then. I think Kirby's too high, y'all. I think Kirby's a 3.5er. It is. Addicted to collecting monsters. The reason Pokemon Sun is so high is because of the story. I love the story of Pokemon Sun, the story and the characters, and I like the like totems and stuff as well. I think they're really cool. Is Kirby better than Shadow? Yes. Is Virgo 4 stars? I don't think it is. Maybe? Do I like Virgo than the 3.5 stars? I like it more than Halo. I like it more than Noita. I like it more than Seasons. Wild Sayonara Wild Hearts. Yeah, yeah. It's a little tough to compare to Bloons Tower Defense 6. Would I rather play Virgo over to Bloons Tower Defense 6? As of this moment, yes. There's actually a ton of Kirby games I haven't played that I want to. So maybe we'll do some of that next year. Man, I gotta like go somewhere in like 2 hours. I don't want to. Or like I have the option not to. Well, I can just tell. I mean, I don't think they're gonna care. There's gonna be too many people there. Well, it's just a New Year's thing, and there's like gonna be double-digit people there, which I'm a little uncomfortable with, considering the spike in Omicron cases. Sure. Let me worry about that later. I guess Virgo is a 4-star. It's a begrudgingly 4-star. Do I want to play Virgo as much as the 4-star games? Yes. Okay. Well, never mind. Virgo is super recency bias. It'll probably, if I did this at a different time, like if I did this a month from now, it would probably be lower. Okay. Yeah, Halo 3's 3.5. I'm liking most of these rankings, honestly. Yeah, this is where Final Fantasy V should be. Absolutely. Virgo's super good. Very fun game. It's very, I fucking know. It's just a good game. It's fun to play. The thing that I like most about Virgo vs. the Zodiac, it is very clearly an indie RPG, but like that general vibe is not the centerpiece of the game. If that makes any sense. Like when you play Mori, you're like, oh, this is a fucking indie RPG the whole way through. But like Virgo, you're like, oh, I'm getting this vibe, but like this is also actually like a game. This is an RPG. And I don't mean indie RPG in a derogatory way at all, to be clear. I'm just saying a specific vibe. I hit my mic. I don't know if that was loud. Okay, Super Mario Sunshine, better than Super Mario 64, confirmed. Shadow the Hedgehog's better than Super Mario 64. A lot of 3 stars. 3 stars should be my most. Is 3 stars my most? It might not be. I have a lot. 4 stars. No, I don't have that many, just kidding. Next week, apparently. Weekend. Yeah. This is a solid list. I agree with everything on this list. I mean, that's not... I like the Spyro games. This game just is terrible, and everyone knows it sucks. Listen, if a game that you like, and I want everyone to know, if you like one of the games that I ranked low, it means I fucking hate you. Just so we're all clear. Like, the reason I ranked it low is because I fucking hate your guts. That's why I did it. Oh, you like Final Fantasy VI? Well, fuck you, bud. How dare you have a different taste than me? Yeah, okay, I'm happy with this. I was hoping to cut some more down, but like, I generally pick video games that I like when I play a video game. So like, this many high ranks I'm pretty okay with. And like, again, this is some shitty, arbitrary, objective scaling. I'm glad. It's still really funny to me that like people don't like they take people. Some people still just like take it so personal. They're like, "Oh, I like this show," and I'm like, "Oh, I don't really like it. And I tried it and give it a shot." And they just like they take that as such a fucking personal thing, and it's like, dude, grow up. God. Like, I don't hate people. They don't like Nocturne. Like, okay, like I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I recommended something you didn't like. Yeah, I'm okay with this. This is like more, the games are distributed differently, but it's about the same as my like Google Doc, where I just kind of grade things on their own. Like the rank here is like just, did I like how much I liked the game? Like I'm way less, I'm not trying to be objective at all on this one. Like, there's a couple. Final Fantasy VI. There's one of the, like, I love Amori, but like, that's an easy 4 out of 5, which would be like an A in this ranking system, but who the fuck cares? So I was like, oh, I don't care, like, I love the game, who cares? Cool. The number one thing you need to know from this stream is you should play Katamari, Ghost Trick, and Inscription, and if you like JRPGs, you should play Nocturne and Saga Scarlet Grace Ambitions. And if you like video games, you should play Metroid Prime as well. Just any video game. Alright. I'm done talking. Should I cart? Is it irresponsible to cart? If you like FF10, you are the literal scum of the earth. Metroid Prime is GOAT. It's true. Oh, that was a lot of words. Hold on, I gotta recover. What is this song? Animal Crossing? Fireworks Festival? Interesting. It's Dead Air. Garage Band. Yeah, Virgo is probably a 3.5. That's the only thing I'm like not too sure about, but I 100% acknowledge just recency bias because I literally finished it yesterday. So okay. I'm deciding if I want to send a text to my friend that I will not be going to the gathering. Because if I do want to go, I should probably get ready soon. And if I'm not going, I can play Kart. I'm doing a thing, like, I have a Google, like that Google Doc thing. If I leave that open, I will just stare at it for hours. It's so dangerous, and I'm having the same thing with those. Wait, let me go to the other page so people can get upset at my opinions. The fucking SM64 and Final Fantasy VI that low. God, that's so good. Man. Shadow the Hedgehog is better than both of those games. Listen, man, I talked about it already. Final Fantasy VI is, there's a lot of cool things in it, and then it's just not fun. and it happens. Shadow the Hedgehog is better than Nocturne HD. If you're looking at Nocturne HD as a remaster. Ages being too high? When I was playing Ages, I was having fun and playing a video game, so that's a 3. That is the perfect... That's honestly the best way I can describe a 3-star, is I'm having fun and I'm playing a video game. Sorry that I had fun. Lommel's... No, Lommel's good. Lommel's fine as a 3. That's just like... Yeah. That fucking game, dude. Jesus Christ. I wish I didn't rage quit on it. Not really rage quit, but I wish I had been more liberal with hints. Because that was just... That could have been pretty fun. It still was fun to go through with people backseating, but... Investigations 1. I didn't mind Investigations 1 that much. I know, like, there's a lot of problems with it, but I thought it was still fun. Maybe if I replay the game, I would be like, wow, this game is fucking dog shit. It's 2.5 is the threshold for me where I'm like, okay, but something wrong happened, and nothing too bad happened with investigations. The dork gauge of the law. Well, what is my cat doing? Taylor, what you doing, bud? Hold up, let me check my cat out.
Can't forget about the puppy dog. Hey, buddy. Oh. Okay.
What's that emoji? I can't fucking see. Oh, the mic? Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, it's hard to... I do think Ace Attorney is generally best reviewed case by case because it varies so hard. I think the only time that's really not applicable is the second game, because the second game lacks a central narrative. Which I think it means it loses points by default. Although I guess Investigations 1 also kind of lacks a narrative, but it's a little, well, or central narrative. That's not true, but it does have one. It's just not very clear or good. Well, actually, no, I guess it doesn't. I'm thinking more like, just like Kay and Lang, but I don't know. Maybe I just need to play that game again, because I literally just do not remember much about that game. I just remember like, oh yeah, I'm having fun. That's all I remember about the game. It's just a disappointing narrative, yeah. It didn't help that I was like, just like, it's like, oh, the game will end soon, and then 3 hours later, I'm still talking to the same idiot in the same room with the same music still playing for his like 5th comeback, and I'm like, oh my god, shut up. Yeah.
fucker.
Okay. I'm very indecisive, so I'm just gonna cut stream, and I will decide if I come back with Kart or not. I'm sure the pizza man will be karaokeing soon, so thanks for hanging out with this just chatting stream. Enjoy, y'all. Have a fun New Year's. I'm gonna go to bed for 12.